close the door with the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three.
Line into left field for a base hit. Hit in the air. That's going to be the second baseman. They have a chance for two, and they got him.
Run, the throw is in time for the out.
Lifted high into left field. Ball is way back, and that ball is way gone.
Ulster Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And a pleasant good Saturday morning from Thompson. This is Region 2 against Region 4 Class B baseball in North Dakota. Today, where the Tommies and the Cardinals will play a twin bill. I'm Chase Miller alongside Joey Hughes. Welcome to our pregame show brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. Get the insurance protection you want with the customer service that you deserve. They cover it all from home, auto, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote. Started today. We'll hear from both Coach Krvachka and Coach Nate Solis here on our pregame show. The Cardinals so far on the season, 9 wins, 1 loss. Their lone loss at the hands of Park River Area, 8-2 back on April the 22nd. While for the Thompson Tommies, 12-0 so far on the season for head coach Nate Solis. The Central Cass Squirrels were scheduled to be up here until about a little over 24 hours ago. With Mother Nature and the scheduling of rain and trying to get some region counters in, they will play a region counter instead of playing the Cardinals and the Tommies. It was going to be 3 teams who all made the state tournament last season coming to Thompson here today. Instead, we have the defending state champ in the Thompson Tommies going up against the third-place team from last year in the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals. In both regions, Region 4 should be a quality region with just the 4 teams that will be making their way to Minto a little bit later on in the month of May. Region 2 going to be at Mayville State. That's scheduled to get underway on May the 18th. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll hear from both coaches. First up is Josh Krvachka. Then we'll hear from Nate Solis. Get to the starting lineups, the opening pitch, that and more. Still to come from Thompson. It's Class B North Dakota baseball today here on yourliveevent.com.
Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Not everyone can get Secret Service level protection, but with Irie Insurance you can. You see, we've got your back, protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, and so much more. Ensuring you've got the protection you need and all your questions answered faster than you can say classified information. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
On our Irie Insurance pregame show here today from Thompson, it's Region 2 against Region 4 for a little Class B baseball in North Dakota. Joining us now from Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, the head coach, that is Josh Krvachka. And Josh, the nice thing is it's not raining, fingers crossed, and able to hopefully get a couple games in here today in Thompson. But let's just kind of go through the last couple weeks as a team, as a player, as a coach. It started off really good early in April, but we know the spring here in North Dakota, it's going to get disrupted sometimes. So how do you try to best keep the guys motivated when they look at a radar and 72-hour forecast where it looks like it's going to be rain, and maybe not a lot of games, but maybe more indoor practices, Josh?
Yeah, it's, like you said, it's the spring in North Dakota. It's frustrating at times that we were looking good, got to play right away in April and got outside. And, some of our nicest days were at the beginning of April. But these last few weeks have been frustrating, and then all of a sudden you get to May and it feels like you're cramming a bunch of games in. But at this point we just want to play baseball, and we practiced enough. I would say the majority of the teams in the state say they've practiced enough. So we're excited to play today. It should be a beautiful day for baseball. The rain has stayed north, so we're excited.
From this point of view, Josh, what have you seen from your team so far that you liked, and what do you hope to carry into the last 2 weeks of the regular season before you get to that Region 4 baseball tournament? Yeah,
the biggest thing coming into the year is, we had 4 seniors, but then it's all kind of sophomores and freshmen. So, we knew we were going to be young in some areas, and, it showed in some games where, we just haven't made plays where we should make plays. But I feel like we're getting better throughout the season. And, the biggest thing is we've pitched pretty well throughout the year. And, I feel like if there's been a real positive is we've really hit the ball so far pretty well. So, the biggest thing is we got to clean up, the defensive side of the baseball. And, especially when you're playing against a Thompson team, we can't make any mistakes that way. And, you got to try to keep yourself in it by throwing strikes and making plays behind our pitcher.
You mentioned about hitting the ball well before we got going. He talked about Cole Welsh and Mason Rumfo both, doing a really good job as senior leaders, but also being really good hitters at top of the lineup. What do you like from those two in particular?
Yeah, I mean, they're just, Cole is really coming into himself this year. He's a senior now, and, he's really excelled in the leadoff role for us, and which is great to see. He's put in the time, and, Mason, he was an all-stater for us last year, and, just a really good baseball player, can hit it to all parts of the field, just does a great job for us, great leader for us, out in the infield, and, we need that from them too.
Final thing for you, Josh, you and Thompson have made state the last couple of seasons. There's a lot of really good athletes that have came through both programs. So what does this game kind of do in terms of a primer before you kind of get to that Region 4 tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we want to play good baseball against Thompson. We know Thompson's, one of the better programs in the state. And, when you come to play them, you got to be ready to play. And so we're excited to play them. And, it just gets us better when we're playing against better teams. I think our kids like playing against better teams. And so should be a fun day for baseball.
Coach Kravachka, thanks so much for your time and best of luck here today in Thompson.
All right, thanks a lot, Chase.
We'll continue on our IRE Insurance pregame show. Again, that's the head coach of the Cardinals, Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, Josh Kravachka, with us here in Thompson.
At Thompson Public Schools, their mission is to develop lifelong learners and responsible citizens. You can visit their website, tps-k12.org, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Tommy Pride with student updates and events with Thompson Public Schools. Thompson Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Tommies. Learn more at tps-k12.org.
On our IRE Insurance pregame show here today from Thompson, it's a doubleheader between the Thompson Tommies and the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals. Joined us now from Thompson, the head coach is Nate Solis. And Nate, I start off with Josh, the same question I'll start with you. What's it like when the schedule, early part of the season, you're getting games and you're getting outside, then it's kind of like Groundhog's Day every day where you look at the schedule, maybe you got to practice, games get postponed and canceled and all that stuff. So what's it like from a coach's perspective the last, week and a half of the season here?
Yeah, I think it's frustrating. You kind of get that itch that you're going to get a full season in, and then, weather halts you we didn't play for a whole week. So, unfortunately, we're good at understanding that and getting games in when we can. The guys are good about coming in and practice. We usually lighten up a little bit, and if we're going to the gym or we're just off at this point in the year, just kind of getting our light work in. And but you know what, it gets you more excited for when you actually do get to get outside and play. We're very fortunate to have the weather we do today and the field conditions and good opponent in Langdon.
You mentioned good opponent in Langdon. You and Langdon both have been to state the last handful of years consecutively, and there's a lot of similar kids that have obviously played a lot of time at the varsity level. So when you look at Langdon, how is this a good primer, so to speak, before you get to that Region 2 tournament here in a couple weeks? Yeah,
they're going to play the game hard. They're going to play the game the right way. They're not going to make too many mistakes, and pitchers are going to be around the zone, and they can hit, like we found out last year, pretty quick. So it's a good program, and you have a ton of respect for them, and it's good to get these playoff like games, especially on a Saturday. We got nothing else going on, no school, so just coming to the field and playing ball, it's pretty fun.
For high school in a lot of areas, catcher's obviously a big thing. What have you like from Welke behind the plate so far this year?
He's just continuing to get better. Actually, we're going to go with Wolfgram going to catch in the second game as well. So we've kind of got a mix there of two guys that we feel comfortable with. Will's done a really good job of continuing to improve his game. He was a guy that caught JV for us last year, and there was really no time to be had with Berberich and Wolfgram last year in that tandem. And Braden was a little bit more in the field, and now we're going to go with a different kind of a combination with Wolfgram and. When Wolfgram throws, obviously Wilke will be behind there too, and when anybody else throws, Wolfgram will be back there. So we like where we're at there. Controlling the run game is kind of the biggest, and obviously blocking up pitches is really important. Will's done a really good job of improving that as the year's gone on.
And you mentioned Wolfgram. That's a lot of baseball knowledge, being a pitcher and a catcher right there in that 1-2 combination. So what does he provide to the team, kind of being obviously that leader in terms of how many innings he's obviously caught, how many innings he's pitched, but also having that 1-2 combination on the bump and behind the plate?
Yeah, you feel comfortable, and as he's gone on the fourth year of varsity baseball that he's had, he's been around the game. He's a smart kid to understand what our sequence is, what we want, reading swings, just understanding different opponents. So it's really nice to have almost a third coach out there that's on the mound if he's calling his own game with Will, or if he's catching. The coach comm that we have this year has certainly helped out with that a little bit to give us a little bit more efficient time to get pitches called in and anything that we got to relay to our catchers. But he's just done a tremendous job of using his experience and knowledge and being able to apply that to his advantage and to our advantage as well.
Nate, as always, good to see you. Best of luck here today and throughout the rest of the season.
Thanks, Chase.
And again, Coach Solis for the Thompson Tommies will continue on our pregame show after this.
I think it's fair to say you pay more now than ever before to operate your vehicles. We've got some relief. I'm Chris Moan with Nodak Insurance. Our auto customers are driving safer with fewer accidents, and for many that translates into lower premiums. If you're not seeing lower rates with your insurance company, call me to compare. You might save some money, and you will get better service. Call me today at 757-1613, or stop by one of my locations at 1913 South Washington in Grand Forks or 207 Main Street in Lakota.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
The Optimist Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
It's the most prestigious, challenging rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, King's Late Models.
Well, you heard from both of the coaches, so still to come, we'll get to our starting lineups and the opening pitch here today for a doubleheader between the Cardinals and the Tommies. Taking a look ahead on the calendar, the Region 2 baseball tournament gets underway at Mayville State on May the 18th, while the Region 4 baseball tournament gets underway in Minto on May the 20th, and all roads this season lead to Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown for the State B baseball tournament that'll be on May the 30th through June the 1st. State A this season out in the Queen City in Dickinson. So those are a couple of notes coming up here throughout the month of May. Also on your live event, will you have the Summer All-Star Series with the Shields Softball All-Star Games in June with the Optimist Volleyball Series as well, and then the Lions All-Star Basketball Series. That'll be in July. A little different this year with the 3-division system in basketball. The Lions All-Star Series, always Class A versus Class B. Now it'll be Class AA versus the best of Class A and B together. So that'll be something a little bit different coming up here in the month of July. Again, this is our pregame show brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. Get the insurance protection you want with the customer service that you deserve. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote started today. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll get to the starting lineups and the opening pitch from Thompson. It's Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich and the Thompson Tommies here on your liveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley, in Cavalier.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
That again does it for our pregame show, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance, as both head coaches and Nate Solis and Josh Kravachka talking with our umpiring crew, making sure they get everything set to go here. You love baseball during this particular month, a couple weeks away from getting to postseason play, if Mother Nature can be an ally instead of a foe like it's been the last couple weeks. But also you get to different ballparks. The Enderlin Hendrickson Field obviously is unique in itself, with the Canadian Pacific Railway going from right center to left center. Here in Thompson, you got the school and left field. If you hit one out to center field, you've definitely kind of like the polo grounds in a way in high school baseball. You get out to left center field, you get one out there, you've definitely earned your right. You go to right field, then it jets out a little bit towards the scoreboard here. Also the home of the Thompson Tommy football team coming up here in the fall, and as it's always throughout the last many seasons. Thompson and Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, the Tommies will be in their black tops with the gray bottoms. Well, for Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, they'll also be in their gray bottoms with the cardinal red or the maroon up top here, as the Thompson Tommies have taken the field. Let's go through the starting lineups here. For the Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, the head coach again, that is Josh Kravachka. Cole Welsh will be the senior center fielder batting leadoff, with Mason Rumfo, the senior second baseman, batting second. Kravachka talks about both of those being the two guys that are leading the way when it comes to hitting in the at home plate here this season. Theodore Rumfo, or Theo, the younger cousin, a sophomore third baseman of Mason. Dawson Hine, the senior first baseman. His twin, Caden Hine, will be playing left, also a senior. Landon Schneider batting seventh in the lineup, the freshman catcher, followed by Jack Johnson, the sophomore shortstop. He will be batting seventh, Schneider will be batting sixth. Tyson Gemmel, the sophomore pitcher, batting eighth, and Samuel Davis batting ninth, the sophomore right fielder. So Welsh, a pair of Rumpfos, a pair of Hines, Schneider, Johnson, Gemmel, and Davis here for the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals, who are 9-0 on the season. Out in the outfield, they got Muse in left with Gibson in right. Muse in left, Gibson in center, Jeremy Tyson right. Odenbach at first, Overby at second with Schumacher at short. Braden Tice at third base, the brother of Jeremy Welke behind the plate. And Wolfgram will be on the bump here today for the Thompson Tommies. So Braden Wolfgram, the senior 5'10 pitcher, here for Thompson as we get this one ready to roll with Cole Welsh again batting leadoff here for the Cardinals. Chase Miller, Joey Hughes with you for both the first and the second games we'll have on yourliveevent.com, and go to yourliveevent.com for more games throughout the next couple weeks, barring the weather, but also your home for both the Region 1, Region 2, and Region 3 baseball tournaments is yourliveevent.com. First pitch underway at 11:01, and this one is going to be missing for a ball. So Welsh, Rumpfo, and Rumpfo again. That's Mason and Theo, the top three in the lineup. This one in at the knee, in their 4-strike to Welsh, now 1-1. Righty versus righty matchup here in Thompson. Here's the 1-1 offering on the way. This one swung on and missed, now 1-2, and Wolfgram wastes very little time. He gets the baseball, gets his set, and he is ready to pitch with Welke behind the plate, part of that battering ram. Here's the 1-2. This one just missing on the outside. Now will be 2 balls and 2 strikes. Odenbach, a tall drink of water there, first base. 6'7". Here's the 2-2. That'll be in there for a strike. 3 looking, 5 pitches, 1 out here as Welsh is retired. So far, good control from Wolfgram. A lot of stuff low in the zone and make it 5 pitches. Welsh took 1 good rip at 1, unable to get contact, and now it'll be to Mason Rumpfo, the senior second baseman, the pitch. This one will be in there for a strike at 0-1. Cardinals awfully good from the football season for what they were able to do, making the run to the semifinals before falling to the Vikings of Kindred. Here's the 0-1 offering. This one will be off-speed pitch. Got him out in front to Odenbach at first. Odenbach calls everybody out. 2 pitches, and that'll retire Mason. Now it's to Theo Rumpfo here, the sophomore third baseman, coming up to the plate. So nice job there by Wolfgram, pulling the string a little bit against Mason. Got him out in front, got him to pop out. Now it's to Theo Rumpfo, the sophomore third baseman. Talk about both of these teams in terms of the history in recent years. They've had a ton of success. This one's hit down the line, just foul. Theo did a good job getting out in front of that one and nearly would have had the first hit of the game for the Cardinals. Instead, it's now 0-1. Dawson Hyen due up next for the Cardinals if they can try to keep it going here in the first inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This one will miss high. Now it'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. Both teams made it to the state tournament last year. The Cardinals finishing 3rd in Minot. Tommies winning the state championship. This one will be in there, swung on and missed for a strike at 1-2. Thompson made 9 of the last 10 state tournaments. Well, for the Cardinals, they've been able to make it 3 straight as Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, as this one misses. Now 2-2. So a full count that was going against Cole Welsh. He was in 5 pitches. That was a 2-2. This one will be the first full count now and the longest at-bat early on in the first inning. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on, top of the first. Wolfgram with the payoff. This one fouled back, and Theo does a good job staying alive and taking some pitches here against Wolfgram. Now it'll be batter pitch number 7 here to the third batter in the lineup. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way. This one's going to be hit on the ground of the third baseman. Tice, that's Braden, is there. Goes across the way to Odenbach. 5-3 on the putout to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for a half inning here in Thompson. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Thompson coming to the plate.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Not everyone can get Secret Service level protection, but with Irie Insurance you can. You see, we've got your back, protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, and so much more. Ensuring you've got the protection you need and all your questions answered faster than you can say classified information. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
3 up, 3 down in the top of the first. Now it'll be the Thompson Tommies coming to the plate for the first time this afternoon. Game 1 of 2 here from Thompson. The Tommies, Thomas Schumacher will be batting leadoff, the junior shortstop, with Drew Overby. He will be batting second, the senior second baseman, and Braden Wolfgram, the senior pitcher, batting third. Cleanup is Welke, and then Brody Gibson, the senior center fielder, batting fifth, with Jonathan Muse in left, batting sixth. Jordan Gustafson, the senior designated hitter, with Drew Odenbach batting eighth, with Braden Tice, the junior third baseman, and playing in the outfield again will be Jeremy Tice. This one is foul back, with Tyson Gemmel will be pitching here today for the Cardinals. So 0-1. We'll get to the infield and the outfield here in a moment. Here's Tyson looking in against Schumacher. The 0-1. That'll miss. Now it'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. Schneider is behind the plate here with Gemmel on the mound. Here's the righty-righty matchup, the 1-1. That one in there at the knee for a strike. Now 1-2. Theo Rumfo at third base with Johnson at short. Mason Rumfo at second, and then Dawson Hyen at first. Here's the 1-2. This one fouled, and this will go into the Cardinal dugout, and we'll keep it at 1 ball and 2 strike. Davis in right with Welsh in center, and Caden Hyen, the twin of Dawson, in left field here for the Cardinals. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the way to Schumacher. And the pitch. This one will miss outside. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. We saw Wolfgram do a lot of good things in the zone, especially from the knee area. And so far, Tyson trying to find the 2-2. This one, strike 3, went the off speed, got him. Strikeout looking the same way that Wolfgram got things going against the Cardinals, and there's 1 down here in the bottom of the first inning. Take a look at Thompson, state titles, 7 of them, as they've won back-to-back in 2022 at Newman Outdoor Field and last year at Corbett Field in Minot in 2023. Here's the pitch on the way. This will miss out of the zone to Drew Overby, now 1-0. Well, for the Cardinals, they've won 3 titles all-time in their program history, but just one is Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich back in 2021. This one is hit. Nice inside-out swing on the way by Drew Overby, and for the first time today, the Tommies have a base runner. So Overby will be at first, able to get a little C&I single there through Hyen and Rumfo into right field as Davis retrieves it quickly, and it will be Braden Wolfgram, the senior pitcher, a chance to help his own cause, and we will see Wolfgram play catcher in game number 2 here later today. So Overby will be held by Dawson Hyen at first. Overby takes a little stretch of a lead. Now Gemmel will have to work from the stretch. This one will miss outside. It'll be a ball at 1. And Cardinals' first state title was back in 1980 and then in 81 as well. Edmore won both of those just by themselves. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This is going to be hit on the ground. A tailor-made potential double play. Mason gives it to Johnson. Johnson, the relay, not going to be in time, but they do get Overby at second. Good hustle by Wolfgram. He will reach on a fielder's choice, and there's 2 down. Nice flip from Mason Rumfo to Johnson. Johnson was trying to get it quickly to Dawson, but again, running out of the box right away was Wolfgram to avoid the double play. And there's now 2 down here with Welke, the junior catcher, stepping up to the plate. For the Cardinals, they will have Dawson and Caden Hyen, followed by Landon Schneider, due up next in the top half of the second inning. Runner at first is Wolfgram. Takes a nice lead. Gemmel makes the pitch. This one will get the catcher and Schneider out of his crouch position, and that'll be 1-0 on the count. As Gemmel looks back, the runner again at first. And Welke, see what he's able to do here. 1-0 pitch, going to be hit on the ground. A screaming one-hopper. Nice job by Theo Rumfo. Goes across, and then running into will be Welke, running into first baseman Dawson Hyen. Hyen able to collect himself there. That'll be the out and retire the side. So a screamer to Theo Rumfo. Goes to Dawson Hyen, who has to come down the catcher's side a little bit of the line and able to hold on to it as him and Wilkie collide. So that'll be 5-3 on the putout. No runs a hit, no errors, and one runner left as we're through one on our Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. We're scoreless here in Thompson.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
As we go to the top of the second inning here in Thompson, both pitchers doing a nice job attacking the zone. Langdon showed the infield, able to do a good job working it around. And now the Thompson Tommies will be taking the field for the second time today. Dawson and Caden Hine, followed by Landon Schneider here against Wolfgram on our Chris Moe Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard, serving Thompson and surrounding communities. Talk with Chris for your insurance requests. And it's scoreless here in Thompson. As they're taking a look at Welke again, making sure he's dressed and got everything good to go. The last catcher, again, was the last out, and they're making sure, again, that they got everything taken care of here as well. As they're getting everything situated here. So for the Thompson Tommies and for the Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, let's take a look at what's on deck for these respective clubs after today. Thompson back at it at Mayport CG on May the 7th. Then Larimore and Hatton Northwood will come to Thompson on May the 9th with matchups against Carrington and Shiloh Christian on May the 10th. Here for the Thompson Tommies, well, for the Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, what they have scheduled after today, they will have the matchup with Midway Minto coming up from Minto. That'll be on May the 6th. And then Park River Area, the lone team that has beaten them this year, that game will be on May the 9th here with games against Botno, then on May the 10th. Both these teams haven't given up too many runs when it comes to their quality of pitching so far this season. The most runs that Thompson has given up this year has been 7 at Hillsborough Central Valley, 6 against Mayport CG, then 4 against Roseau twice, and everybody else has either been shut out or only 2 through their respective games here this year. Again, Thompson 12-0 on the year. For the Cardinals, 9-1. This one will miss, and Dawson Hine works ahead in the count here on Wolfgram. High school baseball, 7 innings. The 1-0 pitch is fouled back to the netting. Now it'll be 1-1. Get up by 10 or more once you get to the 5th. That's when the mercy rule comes into effect in high school baseball. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs here to Dawson Hine. Wolfgram winds, delivers. That'll miss low now, 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike here, no outs. And Tommy's at home for this doubleheader against the Cardinals. Off-speed pitch with Wolfgram, and he's located that nice a couple times so far here today. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Minnesota Twins got their winning streak up to 11 straight after beating the Red Sox last night at Target Field. 2-2 pitch, strike 3 looking, and for the second time here this morning, Wolfgram has retired a Cardinal via the strikeout looking. 4 up, 4 down, a pop-up, a grounder, and 2 strikeouts. And now there's 1 down here in the top of the second inning as Caden Hine, the senior left fielder, will dig into the plate. The pitch. That'll be in there for a strike at 0-1. No ball, 1 strike. A little bit of a breeze, but nothing too crazy on the overcast sky so far today. The 0-1 pitch is going to be right back up the middle. Going to be a tough play. The shortstop comes across. Schumacher does a really nice job with that one. Just a little roller that got by the pitcher. Overby gave way to Schumacher, who cut in front front of that at second, and able by a good step to get high and retired there at first. 6-3 on the putout, and there's 2 down here in the top of the second inning. That was a really good play by Schumacher right there. Nicely done on that one for Thomas, the 5'9" junior. The lefty coming up with Landon Schneider will make this a strike. This is for all of us in the press box, a dangerous proposition with the lefty right on top. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This one is going to be hit in the air. That's going to be a pop-up to center field. Gibson makes his way over to right center in the gap, and that'll retire the side for the flyout. 3 up and 3 down on our Chris Mullen Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. We go to the bottom of the second inning, scoreless here in Thompson.
At Thompson Public Schools, their mission is to develop lifelong learners and responsible citizens. You can visit their website, tps-k12.org, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Tommy Pride with student updates and events with Thompson Public Schools. Thompson Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Tommies. Learn more at tps-k12.org.
We go to the bottom of the second inning. It is scoreless here in Thompson, where the Tommies will send Gibson, Muse, and Gustafson to the plate here. 5, 6, and 7 batters against Tyson Gemmel here for the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals. So far, it's been a pitcher's duel between both of these two teams, and we've seen some nice infield work by both from Schumacher in the last half inning, and then Mason Rumfo, Theo Rumfo in the bottom of the first inning for the Cardinals. And this is what you expect, two teams with two coaches and programs that know the game quite well. As we talked about, both of these teams have made runs to state tournaments the last 3 years between these two. And they've also won the state championship the last 3 years combined, in 2021 with the Cardinals and back-to-back here for the Tommies. So you can expect quality play, some good base running, but so far we haven't seen too many runners aboard so far today. This one will miss low to Brody Gibson, the senior center fielder. They retired the last out, catching it in right center field in the top of the second. Tyson, right-handed pitch. This one will one-hop the catcher, and Schneider now will be 2-0. Schneider, a freshman, behind the plate here for the Cardinals. Non-region contest here with Region 2 matching up with Region 4. The 2-0 pitch is smashed to center field. Welsh takes a couple of steps back, and that'll retire the leadoff batter. That was about the best hit so far we've seen from Thompson here today. Really nice looking play, though, by Welsh. Took a step in for a second with that being really hit on a line, and then retreated a couple of stops back to glove it, as Jonathan Muse will dig in now against Gemmel. This one is hit down the left field line, way back to the track, and that one is going to be off the school. Making its way towards first is Muse, on to second. They're able to get the ball in quickly. Muse nearly took a window out, and it'll be a one-out double with a smash down the left field line. So a single in the first inning went awry with one out, and now you have a one-out double here in the second. Jonathan Muse hit that one right on top of the bricks there. He got a little AC vent almost, and he almost hit it right where that AC is. And now Gustafson will step up to the plate. One out here, trying to keep him close, is Mason Rumfo at second. The pitch is going to be foul back. Now it'll be 0-1. Jordan Gustafson, the senior designated hitter, so a line drive out to center, then a screamer to left, and right now the Tommies trying to time up Gemmel here in this second inning. No balls, one strike. Runner at second again is Muse. Gemmel looks back the runner, the 0-1. This one's going to be foul, and that'll be 0-2 as Tyson does a good job working ahead in the count. Again, you go with the school into left with the goal post, that's in left center, and then you jet it out way to center field. Then it gets a little more favorable for batters in right center as it jets out again a little more down the right field line. The 0-2 off-speed pitch. This one is going to be to Mason Rumfo, and that'll be 3 pitches for the second out. So a little pop out that goes to the second baseman. And now there's 2 down with Drew Odenbach, the junior first baseman, batting from the right-handed side. Good off-speed pitch there by Gemmel. Trying to wait back where that was Gustafson to see if he could shoot that into right field into right. But instead, now it'll be 2 down as Gemmel trying to get out of a little pickle here in the second. This one will be in the dirt, missing for a ball now 1-0. Cardinals and Tommies here on yourliveevent.com. The 1-0 as Gemmel looks back, the runner at second. Muse takes a good lead. This one will be in there for a strike at 1-1. Then it goes to Braden Tyson back to the top of the order here for Thompson. Batter number 8 here in the lineup. 4 batters went up to the plate in the first. 4th batter here in the second against Gemmel. The 1-1 pitch is going to be foul, and that will be 1-2. For the Cardinals, they'll have Johnson, Gemmel, and Davis, the bottom of the lineup, due up in the top of the 3rd inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Gemmel looks back the runner. The 1-2. That'll miss. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Something to the outfield looking to score Muse. If Odenbach can put the bat to the ball here, Gemmel 1 pitch away from getting the Cardinals back to the plate here in the top of the 3rd. The 2-2. Off speed got him for the second strikeout of the morning here for Tyson, and that'll retire the side. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. 2 complete on our scoreboard, brought to you in part by Chris Mullen with Nodak Insurance Company. We're scoreless here on yourliveevent.com.
I think it's fair to say you pay more now than ever before to operate your vehicles. We've got some relief. I'm Chris Mullen with Nodak Insurance. Our auto customers are driving safer with fewer accidents, and for many that translates into lower premiums. If you're not seeing lower rates with your insurance company, call me to compare. You might save some money, and you will get better service. Call me today at 757-1613, or stop by one of my locations at 1913 South Washington in Grand Forks or 207 Main Street in Lakota.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
The Optimist Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
Top of the 3rd inning as the sun's trying to make its way through the clouds here today at particular times in Thompson, but a nice day, all things considered, from the week that we've had with a chance of rain every day. It's just over 50 degrees right now, overcast skies, making its way through. Top of the 3rd inning, so far a pitcher's duel between these two with Wolfgram and Gemmel, and Wolfgram goes back on the mound going up against Johnson, Gemmel, and Davis here. Wolfgram so far 2 innings of work with 2 strikeouts. As Wolfgram looks into Welke behind the plate, the pitch. This one will miss up, and it'll be 1-0. Saw a full count back in the first inning, and Wolfgram didn't waste many pitches in the second. 1-0 pitch going to be hit on the ground. Trying to backhand it was Wolfgram. Here comes Schumacher at short. Nice little move by Schumacher. That's twice that we've seen Thomas Schumacher make a couple of nice plays at shortstop, and that'll be 2 pitches. The leadoff batter, and Jack Johnson grounds out 6-3 on the putout. Tough play there for Wolfgram trying to backhand it. You got the normal dirt of the infield and then at the home plate, and then you got turf mound here at Thompson for the pitcher's mound, and you're trying to backhand it, unable to do so, but fortunately didn't really get enough of the baseball to allow that ball to continue to roll to Schumacher, as now Wolfgram works ahead on Tyson at 0-1. 0-1 pitch. That'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on the way here with 1 out in the top of the 3rd inning. This one will miss up. Now it'll be 2 balls and 1 strike. 1 out, top of the 3rd inning. 8th batter in the lineup here for the Cardinals as Gemmel now makes it 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd inning as Wolfgram looks back into Welke. The 2-2 offering That'll miss. And for the second time this morning, we see a full count here for a Cardinal batter. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Wolfgram with a 3-2 offering. He went through, and that'll be a third strikeout here for Wolfgram. So Wolfgram, a strikeout in the first, second, and now the third. There's 2 down in Samuel Davis. Sam for short will be stepping up to the plate. The right fielder trying to see if he can be the first runner aboard here for the Cardinals, and this one will be a strike for Wolfgram, who has found the zone more times than not here on this Saturday morning. Davis right on top of the plate here, the 0-1 offering from Wolfgram. This one in there for a strike at 0-2. 1 balls, 2 strikes. Davis digs back in behind the count. Wolfgram, the 0-2 swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for the first time through the order. 4 Ks for Wolfgram and another 3-up, 3-down inning here for Britain. 2.5 complete from Thompson. We're scoreless here on your liveevent.com.
It's the most prestigious, challenging rep warning tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, King's Late Models.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
And at the bottom of the third inning here for the Thompson Tommies, they will have coming up to the plate their 9-1 and 2 batters in Braden Tice, Thomas Schumacher, and Drew Overby here against Gemmel for the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals. 2 innings of work so far for Tyson. Gave up a single in the first, a double in the second, has 2 strikeouts so far here for the Cardinals. So the junior third baseman digs in here for the Thompson Tommies. Bottom of the third inning, Gemmel with the pitch. And this one will be for a ball at 1-0. Taking a look at the football divisions next year, Thompson will be in the same division or the same region with Central Cass, EKM, Hillsborough, Kindred, Lisbon, Northern Cass, and Oaks in A. So Thompson going more towards the southeast, where Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, they will still be in Region 2. With Cavalier going back to 9-man and Mayport CG, it changed a little bit of the landscape of the 11-man division. That's when a one-hopper that goes out to Davis on a line, and Tice gets a leadoff single. And that's the third hit today here for Thompson as Thomas Schumacher comes up to the plate. For the Cardinals in Region 2, they will have Botno, Carrington, Grafton, Harvey Wells County, Park River area, Rugby, and Turtle Mountain will be in Region 2 in 11-man football next year. So for Langdon, not so much of a change for Thompson. Going to get your traveling shoes on a little bit more with some Friday night football. So a leadoff batter here with Tice at first. This one will be in there for a strike now at 0-1. Schumacher struck out looking his last time up on 5 pitches. We'll see what Tice is going to do here at first, being held on by Dawson Hyen. Gemmel looks back the runner. Will work from the stretch. The 0-1. Off speed is lined down the third base line. Nate Solis had to get out of the way a little bit there at the third base coach's box, and now it'll be 0-2. So the Tommies in the first and the second got a hit with 1 out. This time they get their first leadoff batter on, and now it's 0-2 here to Schumacher. As Tice takes his lead at first. The pitch. This one's going to be hit on the ground to the shortstop. This one goes off the glove of Johnson, making his way to second. And that one is going to be an error on that play. And now for Tice, he'll make his way to second. Schumacher will make his way towards first, and that'll be the first error of the day. As Johnson took a couple of steps across, but he had it right in front of him for the glove. And trying to quickly find the glove to the relay to get to second or try to get the runner at first. And now all of a sudden, for the first time, Thompson has runners at first and second with nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning as Drew Overby steps in. He's 1 of 1 with a single so far. Overby looking to bunt, does a good job deadening it. The catcher does a great job in Schneider finding it to high, and he looked to third to see if he can go to Rumpfo and possibly get the lead runner. Instead, it'll be a sacrifice bunt. Everybody moves up 90 feet, and there's one down here in the top of the third inning. Bottom of the third inning, excuse me, as Braden Wolfgram a chance to help his own cause here will dig in. Reached on a fielder's choice back in the first inning. Third baseman and Theo Rumpfo playing even with the bag at first. Gemmel now will have to try to work out of a little bit of a jam here in the third inning, and this one misses on the outer part of the plate at 1-0. Final from Central Cass in softball. Thompson defeats the Central Cass Squirrels 1-0. Tommy's with the win in softball. In Class B, this one going to be blocked nicely by Schneider to keep it close. So the Thompson Tommy softball team continues to roll as they pick up the 1-0 victory over the Central Cass Squirrels. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out here in the bottom of the third inning with runners at second and third. Here's Gemmel with the 2-0 offering. Taking the entire way is Wolfgram, and now it's going to be 3-0 with Wilkie due up next. Runner at second against Schumacher. Tice at third. The 3-0 pitch taking all the way there was Wolfgram. That's in there for a strike at 3-1. Batter number 4 of the inning here for the Thompson Tommies. The 3-1 pitch. This one's going to be laced to right. 1 run's coming in. Schumacher's going to be waved around third. Here's the throw from Davis. Now going to be up the line, and he's going to be in there safely. And this one gets away from Schneider to allow the runner in Wolfgram to scamper down to second. So it's a 2 RBI single. And coming in to score is Schumacher and Tice. And then with the throw from Davis that gets by Schneider, that's allow Wolfgram to take that extra 90 feet. And that's a 2 RBI single. A nice bat there from Wolfgram, and all of a sudden now there's 2 hits in the inning. 2 runners have came in to score, and it's 2-0 now on our Chris Moe Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. This one is going to be popped up to right. Davis will make his way, and he will be able to catch that right on the fair foul line. Relays it back in, but Wolfgram will scamper down to third, so a productive out regardless on the fly out to the right fielder Davis. 1 pitch, and there's now 2 down here in the third inning. As Gibson, batter number 5 in the lineup with the runner at third, trying to make it a little bit more of a crooked number on that scoreboard, but he gets popped up. Dawson Hine goes into foul territory, and this one just goes out of his glove. He was running out of room as it goes towards the wall down the right field line, and Hine just looked up, trying to see where he was, and as the ball came in his glove, just couldn't hold it quick enough, but getting ahead on Gibson is Gemmel. So Thompson wasting very little time with Welke and Gibson first pitch swinging here against Gemmel. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning. The pitch, this one is going to be fouled. That'll be 0-2. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning again with the runner and Wolfgram at third base. Gemmel 1 strike away from trying to get the bats up to the plate for the Cardinals. The 0-2 pitch. This is going to be on the ground. Oh, what a backhanded play by Theo Rumpfo. Makes the throw across the way to Dawson Hine. Gets by Hine. Trying to come at and glove it was Mason Rumpfo on the play, but that's going to still bring a run in as Wolfgram will come in to score. And then we're going to have Brody Gibson able to get on with a single, and then the air will allow him to go to second on the throw. So that'll be a single on the way, and that will be batter number in the lineup 7 with Jonathan Muse. But what a backhanded play by Rumpfo there at third. Just 1 hop, Dawson Hine, and we got by him. Mason Rumpfo did a good job covering, but by the time he got there, made the throw to Johnson, Gibson got into second base safely. And now all of a sudden the Tommies looking for some more. This will be in there for a strike at 0-1. Jonathan Muse with a screaming double his last time up down the left field line. And so far for the Thompson Tommies, they have taken full advantage of that extra out, if you will, earlier on here in the inning. 0-1 just misses. Leadoff single by Tice. Then you had the error by Johnson at short. And then you had the sacrifice bunt with Overby, a 2 RBI single with Wolfgram. Here's the 1-1. This one going to hit on the ground on a line. It'll be foul now at 1-2. Fly ball to right field by Welke, which allowed Wolfgram to go from second to third, and then Brody Gibson gets the single followed by the error. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And Gibson at second base in scoring position. Gemmel ahead in the count. The 1-2 got him up in the air. The right fielder Davis camps underneath it, and that'll retire the side. But the damage is done. There were 3 runs on 3 hits. There were 2 errors and a runner left on base. New score on our Chris Moe and Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. Thompson leads at 3-0 here as we get to the midway of our first of 2 here in Thompson.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley in Cavalier.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
Top of the 4th inning, and for the Cardinals, it'll be the second time through the order against Wolfgram here. Wolfgram 3 innings of work with 4 strikeouts, back-to-back Ks of Gemmel and Davis, and now it'll be Welsh, Rumfo, and Rumfo. That's Mason and Theo. Top of the lineup here, first pitch swinging is Cole Welsh. That'll be swinging a miss. That'll be 0-1. Muse in left field with Gibson in right, and Gibson in center with Jeremy Tice in right. The 0-1 pitch. I'll be right at the knee now, 0-2. Braden Tice at third base with Schumacher at short. Overby at second. Odenbach at first with Welke behind the plate. Wolfgram, the 0-2. This one in the dirt. Welke is going to glove it, make a nice throw to Odenbach at first base, and 3 straight strikeouts now for Wolfgram. 5 in the contest, and Mason Rumfo will dig in now as the Cardinals looking to get their first base runner aboard sometime here in this 4th inning. Well, for the Thompson Tommies, with how Wolfgram can go out there and just really get in control of particular baseball games, give a really good pitcher 3 runs to work with here as we reach the midway point of this contest. This one misses outside as Mason Rumfo popped out his last time up to Odenbach at first. Here's the 1-0. That'll miss low, now 2-0. I would say a 2-ball old strike count here with Wolfgram until this particular batter with Mason. The 2-0 pitch will be in there for a strike at 2-1. Had a full count in the first, had a full count in the third, and Mason Rumfo, see what he's able to do here. The 2-1 offering from Wolfgram. This one's low, now 3-1. Thompson coming in 12 wins, 0 losses for the Cardinals. 9 wins and 1 loss coming into today. The 3-1 offering's going to be hit on the ground to the third baseman. Backhanded there by Tice. Across the diamond to Odenbach, and it's going to be in time for the out. Odenbach had to climb the ladder, got his foot down just in the nick of time as Mason was hustling up the first base line. That'll be 5-3 on the putout and 2 down here in the top of the 4th inning. It's nice to have a 6'7" first baseman sometimes. Able to come up and come back down with that length and get his foot on the bag before Mason did. Now it's Theo Rumfo, the cousin, and this will miss outside. Now it'll be 1-0. 1-0 and back-to-back batters now for Braden, where he falls behind in the count. This 1-0 pitch is grounded. Wolfgram, but they're going to say it hit the batter, so it'll be a foul ball now at 1-1. For the Tommies in the bottom of the 4th inning, they'll be sending the bottom of the order. 7, 8, 9, and Gustafson, Odenbach, and Tice to the plate in the Bottom of the fourth inning. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here as Theo Rumfel looks back in to Wolfgram at the mound, and this one running in a little bit on Theo as he fouls it back. Now it'll be 1-2. So Wolfgram gets ahead in the count here. 5 strikeouts so far through 11 outs. I haven't really seen much leave the infield outside of a fly out by Landon Schneider to center to Gibson to end the second inning. As Wolfgram, the 1-2 offering. And the pitch. This one will be just out of the zone. It will be 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, Jeremy Tice thinking it was a strikeout there as he made a couple of nice jaunts to the infield. The 2-2 pitch. This one will be in the dirt now, 3-2. So the third full count offering on the way here by a Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich batter trying to get their first base runner on. Could it be Theo Rumfel? Wolfgram looking for another strikeout. A 3-2. This one is me fouled. I'll be over the concession stand, and we'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Region 2 baseball tournament will be here on yourliveevent.com in just a few weeks from Mayville State. 2 weeks from today it officially gets underway. 3-2 pitch. This one can be hit on the ground. This will go to the third baseman and Tice. Tice this time a nice throw to Odenbach. 5-3 back-to-back rounders to retire this side. 3 up and 3 down yet again here for Tice. And it's 3.5 complete. 3-0 Thompson with the Tommies coming to the plate.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Bottom of the fourth inning we go here. The Thompson Tommies and the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals. Will be about 20-25 minutes in between games. And we'll get you ready for game number 2 a little bit later on here as well. And in between games, we'll get to our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game, our Precision Play of the Game, brought to you in part by RDK Enterprises. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Coming up here for the Thompson Tommies, Jordan Gustafson, the senior designated hitter, popped out his last time up to the second baseman, and Mason Rumfo. This one will be low for a ball now, 1. And Thompson got the leadoff runner on in the third. They've had at least 1 runner on in every inning so far, but it was the third inning where they finally got some runners across. This one is going to be hit into short center. Doing a nice job as Johnson takes a couple of back steps at shortstop, and that'll be the first out here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Drew Odenbach digs in next, 0 for 1 with a strikeout so far against Gemmel, with Schneider behind the plate here, part of that battering ram. I've seen Gemmel do a nice job with that off-speed. Hits his locations a couple of times, but that breaking ball a little bit here. Wolfgram a little bit more of the fastball in terms of guy who's got a little bit more pop, but Gemmel does a nice job so far through 3 1/3 innings. The 1-0 pitch. This one is going to be hit in the air. That's to left center field, looking to split the gap. Welsh gets on his horse and nearly caught it, unable to get there. Caden Hine comes across, now relays it back in, and Odenbach has a 2-out, make it a 1-out double. Second extra base hit here today for the Tommies. Welsh and Hine, that one just kind of fluttered in the air a little bit, where Welsh had a chance to come up with it in left center field, but as he made the attempt to try to glove it, it just went right past him by about a half a foot, and Caden Hine did a good job getting in the back and getting it back in quickly, but regardless, the Tommies now with a runner in scoring position with Tice, who has a single and a run scored so far today. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike at 0-1. Then it goes back to the top of the order, and the third time through for Thompson with Thomas Schumacher in the on-deck circle. Gemmel looks back into Schneider here, the 0-1 offering on the way. This one will miss inside for a ball at 1-1. So no runs across for Langdon through their 4 times at the plate. Well, for the Tommies, no runs in the first, second, scored all their runs so far in the third. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll be in there for a strike on the breaking ball, now 1-2. Gemmel looks back into Schneider. Josh Krivachka, the head coach for the Cardinals. Nate Solis, the head coach for the Tommies. The 1-2 pitch by Gemmel. Another off-speed pitch. This one going to be hit to right. Davis taking a couple of steps back, and that goes over Davis's head. Odenbach will be waved in across. Here comes the relay by Rumfo. This one not going to be in time, and it's a double on the way for Tice. And now it's 4-0 Thompson. So Odenbach comes in to score. He will have his first run. First run of the day, run driven in for Tice. He gets his second hit, and it's 4-0. And that one just kept carrying. And Davis getting a little bit of a new outfield here as Coach Krivachka will come out. Just going to quite glove it as there's one down here in the bottom of the 4th inning. So Coach Krivachka comes out. We'll see if there's a pitching change or just a talk over through so far as Gemmel. Looks like his morning here in game number 1 will be done. It's coming on. We'll let you know next year for the Cardinals. It'll be Devin Hawkinson looks to be coming on here for Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich. We're back after this here on YourLiveEvent.com.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Not everyone can get Secret Service level protection, but with IRI Insurance you can. You see, we've got your back, protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, and so much more. Ensuring you've got the protection you need and all your questions answered faster than you can say classified information. Get protected. Get IRI Insurance. Go to iriinsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
For Tyson Gemmel, he goes 3 1/3, 7 hits, 4 runs. He is on the hook for the runner at second with Tice. 2 strikeouts, no walks so far with Tyson. That'll be his line for this Saturday morning, as coming in will be Devin Hawkinson, the freshman. And then Gemmel will make his way to right field, and Davis will be done here for game number 1. So Davis will come out for right. The pitcher and Gemmel will go to right field. There's one down here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and again on the hook for Braden Tice is Gemmel at second base here with Tice. So now it's the Thompson Tommies' first look at the freshman in Devin Hawkinson here as Thomas Schumacher steps in. So far has reached base once in the 30s, 0 for 2, but with a run scored. This one's going to be a line drive right to the shortstop, Johnson. Oh, what a play. It's a twin killing. It was hit on the screws. Johnson got there, throwed it to second to Mason Rumfo to retire the side. So coming in, Hawkinson goes 2/3 on one pitch, and that'll finish it off. For the Thompson Tommies, there was a run off 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We finished 4 so far today here in Thompson for game 1. It's 4-0 Tommies.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
On a baseball contest that started just under 50 minutes ago here, already to the top of the fifth inning here in Thompson. 4-0 is your score, but Wolfgram right now has been the story on the bump here for the Tommies. 4 innings, 5 strikeouts, and no one has reached base so far here for the Cardinals, but they're trying to change that here with Dawson Hine, the senior first baseman, first pitch swinging, fouls it back now 0-1. Dawson Hine struck out looking his last time up in the second inning, and if you're Langdon, you have 9 outs to work with, down by 4 here in the first of our twin bill. The 0-1 pitch, this will miss out of the zone. Now it's going to be 1-1. Stay here for game number 2 as well on yourliveevent.com, as we will have both parts of the doubleheader. This one is going to be lined, and oh, what a glove play by Wolfgram. A line drive out, and there will be one retired here in the top of the fifth inning. Don't normally put L1 too much in your scoring column, and fortunately for Wolfgram, has a smile on, as those can be dangerous to pitchers going right back at you. Now Caden Hine, the senior left fielder, will dig in and try to solve the mystery that has been Wolfgram so far on the mound. This one will miss for a ball at 1-0. Caden grounded out to Schumacher his last time up in the second. Here's the 1-0. That'll miss outside at 2-0. We saw Wolfgram get behind on both Mason and Theo Rumfel back in the fourth. Now a 2-0 pitch here to Caden. 2-0 in there for a strike at 2-1. Cardinals looking for their first base runner and see if they can do what Thompson did in the third, which was string some hits together. The 2-1 pitch. This is going to be hit on the ground, a high hopper to Schumacher at short. Schumacher comes across, nicely done. 6-3 on the putout. Schumacher makes it look smooth, and there's 2 down here in the fifth inning. We've seen that particular play a variety of times to the shortstop, where Schumacher's retired a Cardinal in the second, third, and now the fourth, and he's done it in all different ways, cutting in front of second base, coming in across. Pitch is going to miss low to Landon Schneider. Now it's 1-0. It's 1 ball, no strikes here, as we'll get a time. As Landon Schneider, the freshman catcher, flew out to Gibson. He's the only Cardinal batter to get it out of the infield so far here today. Now it'll be 2-0. So the 2-0 pitch. This one's going to be hit high in the air. That's going to go to center. Gibson comes in a little bit, and he camps underneath it, and that'll retire the side. Another 3-up, 3-down inning here for Wolfgram, as we are 4.5 complete from Thompson on our Chris Moe Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. It's Thompson 4, the Cardinals 0. Tommy's coming to the plate.
At Thompson Public Schools, their mission is to develop lifelong learners and responsible citizens. You can visit their website, tps-k12.org, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Tommy Pride with student updates and events with Thompson Public Schools. Thompson Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Tommies. Learn more at tps-k12.org.
High school baseball today here in Thompson. It's the Thompson Tommies for the Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich scoreless, as Coming up here for the Tommies, they will have 2, 3, and 4 batters after Thomas Schumacher hit a rope to Johnson at shortstop, but it was a double play. Hit on a line, got picked off. Then at second was Tice to retire the Tommies in the bottom of the 4th inning. So Overby, Wolfgram, and Wilkie will come up here against Hawkinson on the mound for the Cardinals. Devin, the freshman, here for the Cardinals. As we have reached the noon hour, getting closer to the noon hour here. 5 minutes to the top of the noon hour here in Thompson in a game that started just after the 11 o'clock hour. Bottom of the 5th inning, Langdon with 6 outs to work with. Unless the Thompson Tommies can put a big crooked number up here and try to get that 10-run rule here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Drew Overby against Hawkinson, the righty. This one's be hit on the line drive, but it's to Johnson at short. Johnson going to be in time. 6-3 on the putout to Dawson Hyen. We've seen Johnson do a nice job back-to-back plays to get the last 3 outs here for the Cardinals in some capacity. That's a tough one for shortstops, too. It's a line drive right off the bat, but then all of a sudden it just dies, and he did a good job just seeing the ball in front of him. Made a throw over to Dawson Hyen to get the leadoff out. 1 out here in the 5th, and this one will run in for a strike on Braden Wolfgram, now 0-1. Wolfgram, so far today's reached base twice, a fielder's choice in the 1st and a single with a run scored back in the 3rd. The 0-1 pitch is going to be roped to left. That's going to be right in front of the left fielder, Kaden Hine. It's a 1-out single here for Wolfgram. So for the Tommies, in every inning, they've at least had at least 1 runner on, and they've done this all via no walks. Thompson with their 8th hit, the first one by Hawkinson in relief. Thompson with their 8th as a team, and now it's Swelke to the plate, who's 0 for 2 today with a fly out to right and then a grounder back in the 1st inning to Theo Rumfo at 3rd. Wilkie, first pitch swinging, hits one into left. There is Caden High, and that's going to go over his head. Rounding second on his way to 3rd is Wolfgram, and Wolfgram's going to stay put at 3rd base. It's a double by Wilkie, and runners will be in scoring position. Back-to-back hits, a single followed by a double. Now runners at 2nd and 3rd. And for the Thompson Tommies, they will have a courtesy runner coming out as well. As the courtesy runner coming on, here will be Jacob Stumpf, the 5'6" sophomore. For the courtesy runner here with Welke, the catcher. As Brody Gibson now will dig in with runners in scoring position and 1 out. Gibson, 1 of 2 so far today. And this one's going to one-hop the catcher. Schneider coming in to score from 3rd will be Wolfgram. And Braden Wolfgram will come in on the YO pitch. And now the Thompson Tommies take a 5-0 lead. Gibson so far with a run driven in back in the 3rd inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This one's going to be hit on the ground to the 3rd base, to the first baseman, Dawson High, and doesn't have a play, as coming in will be Stump. So Stump comes in to score. And the Thompson Tommies take full advantage here. Quality out by Gibson. As will be 3 unassisted, but bringing in the run home from 3rd base. And now there's 2 down, and 2 runners have came in for Thompson as they extended their lead. Now it's 6-0. This one will be in there for a strike. Jonathan Muse behind in the count. Ofer make that 1 of 2 so far today with a double back in the 2nd. A fly out to the right fielder at the time, Davis, in the 3rd. Here's the 0-1. Hawkinson, that'll miss. Now be 1 ball and 1 strike. 5th batter of the inning so far for Thompson, where they plated 3 runs in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, and 2 so far here in the 5th. The 1-1. This one will miss in the dirt now at 2-1 for the Cardinals. Coming up will be the bottom of the lineup again. 7, 8, and 9 batters with Johnson, Gemmel, and then Hawkinson will take his first swing of the afternoon. The 2-1 pitch is going to be hit on the ground back to the first baseman, Dawson High, and goes 3 unassisted yet again. But the damage is done. 2 runs come across off of 2 hits. There were no errors and nobody left on base. New scorer, Chris Moe, Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. Thompson 6, Cardinals scoreless, Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich coming to the plate.
I think it's fair to say you pay more now than ever before to operate your vehicles. We've got some relief. I'm Chris Moen with Nodak Insurance. Our auto customers are driving safer with fewer accidents, and for many that translates into lower premiums. If you're not seeing lower rates with your insurance company, call me to compare. You might save some money, and you will get better service. Call me today at 757-1613, or stop by one of my locations at 1913 South Washington in Grand Forks or 207 Main Street in Dakota.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
The Optimist Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner, West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
It's the most prestigious, challenging rep warning tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, Case Late Models.
Well, that'll be the game for Braden Wolfgram. 5 innings of work on the mound as he will make his way now to third base. It's coming on here for the Thompson Tommies will be Brody Gibson, the senior. So Wolfgram will go 5 innings, no hits, no runs, no walks, with 5 strikeouts here for the Thompson Tommies, as Gibson will make his way from center field and be on the bump. Wilkie still behind the plate, as now you have Tice over at second base here, and over in first will be Drew Overby, as Overby will go from second to center. So Overby now in center with Muse in left, with Jeremy Tice in right. Still Odenbach at first, with now Braden Tice at second. Schumacher at short, with Wolfgram at third, and behind the plate is Welke. So that's your new infield and outfield. First pitch swinging is Johnson, swung on and missed, now 0-1. So Gibson working with a 6-0 lead. The 0-1 pitch. This one will miss. And it'll be now 1 ball and 1 strike. As again, Johnson, Gemmel, and Hawkinson, the 7-8-9 batters here for the Cardinals. The 1-1 out in front now make it 1-2. Cardinals down to their last 6 outs of the contest here in the first part of our twin bill. Here's the 1-2 offering. Off-speed pitch, curveball, strikeout looking. And for the Tommies, as now a pitching staff, that is their 6th strikeout of the game. Tyson Gemmel will come up now for the Cardinals. So as Gibson will look in. Brody Gibson, the pitch. No speed, that'll miss. That'll be 1-0 as Tyson Gemmel 0 for 1 today with a strikeout swinging his last time up in the third. This one will miss. Now 2-0. So 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out here with nobody on in the 6th. Gibson, the 2-0. That'll miss out of the zone. It'll be our first 3-0 count. Taking a look back at it, we have Wolfgram a couple 2-0 counts. Gibson with a 3-0. That'll be in there for a strike at 3-1. So 3-1 on the way here with 1 out. Gibson against Gemmel, the 3-1 offering. That'll be in there for a strike now, 3-2. And for the first time here today, Gibson will work as we're now officially into the noon hour with a full count. The 3-2. This one's going to be hit on the ground to the second baseman. Gloving that is Tice. Tice comes across and does a nice job, 4-3 on the putout. So Braden Tice goes from third base to second, gets challenged immediately, does a good job, bare hand, making the backhand, able to glove it, and it's 4-3 on the putout. Devin Hawkinson will step in now, the freshman, trying to be the first runner to get aboard here for the Cardinals this morning into the afternoon. The pitch, That'll be in there for a strike at 0-1. Then it goes back to the top of the lineup here for the Cardinals if Hawkinson can climb aboard. Here's the 0-1. This one's foul. That'll be now 0-2. Look out for the couple of the cars that are making their way up the first base line. That'll be 0-2. Gibson looks in off speed. This one going to go to Schumacher at short. Schumacher with the glove. Finds it. Nice play. Schumacher 6-3 on the putout. And for the sixth time today, it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for the Cardinals at the plate. As we've gone 5.5 complete from Thompson in game number 1 of our doubleheader, the Tommies lead it 6-0.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley in Cavalier.
Chase Miller, Joey Hughes with you here as we go to the bottom of the sixth inning for the Thompson Tommies. First 2 innings scoreless, and then Thompson has scored every inning since that they've been at the plate. 3 runs in the third, 1 run in the fourth, and 2 runs in the fifth, and they'll look to add on to it here in the sixth inning as well. Well, for the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals, looking to get something going from the plate, either getting someone on board via the walk or a hit as we go to game number 2, which will be roughly about 20 to 25 minutes after the conclusion of our first game. We will have an abbreviated post-game show, an abbreviated pregame for game number 2, and then we'll have more of a full-blown post-game show in the second with some interviews and everything else in between once this one is all said and done. Jordan Gustafson falls behind the count 0-1. Nice pitch by Hawkinson on the outer part of the plate. Gustafson 0 for 2 today. Here's the 0-1 offering, off speed. This one, did it hit him? Nope, they'll say that coming out a little bit more would be across there with Gustafson going into the zone. So that'll be 0-2 as they kind of got that chicken wing out. And if you put the chicken wing, again, it's to the umpire's discretion to say, was it in where the chicken wing was? Was it over the plate, taking away the zone, not in the batter's box? The 0-2 going to be skied to right field. Gemmel goes on his high horse into the crevice there and makes the catch. Tough play there by Gemmel as, again, you get the right field that comes in a little bit from right center to right. Fly out to the right fielder, and there's one down here. And the 6, again, that goes right back to the calling balls and strikes. You can get hit, but it's an objective call of how much are you leaning in towards the plate and how much are you really in the batter's box or not. It is now Drew Odenbach. We'll see one missing low. It'll be 1-0. Odenbach with a double back in the fourth inning with a run scored as well. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll miss now 2-0. Top of the lineup coming up next here for the Cardinals in the top of the 7th. Want to keep it being down by 6. Drew Odenbach, the 2-0 offering from Hawkinson. He went 3 a seat in, now 2-1. Thompson in every inning so far through the first 5 have at least had one runner at first, second, or third throughout. Here's the 2-1 pitch. This one nearly came in and hit Odenbach. It'll now be 3-1. Then after that, you have Braden Tice due up next and back to the top of the lineup here for the Thompson Tommies. Here's the 3-1. That'll miss low. 5-pitch walk for Odenbach. First walk of the day for either club. And now Odenbach will make his way to first base. Tice will come up here for the Thompson Tommies with the runner at first. As Hawkinson now will have to work from the stretch. Odenbach takes his lead off of first base. The pitch. This one will miss inside at 1-0. Brendan Tice so far today a single in the third, a double in the fourth, with a run scored and a run driven in. Here's the 1-0. That'll miss for a ball now at 2-0. And just a little over 50 degrees here today. Wind starting to pick up a little bit more from what we had an hour ago, but not anything too much of a big gust. This will make it now 2 balls and 1 strike. On the way is leading off from first base is going to be Odenbach. The 2-1. That'll miss outside. This one will get through the glove of Schneider. Schneider is thrown down to second, not in time as Odenbach scampers on the way on a pass ball there, and now it'll be 3 balls and 1 strike. Tough one there for Schneider. Was sliding a little bit, just couldn't keep the ball in the glove. That allowed Odenbach to make his way to second. And now a runner in scoring position here for Tice. The 3-1. That'll miss. Won't matter regardless. Another 5-pitch walk, and runners will be at first and second. Thomas Schumacher here for the Thompson Tommies. He hit a rope to the shortstop Johnson, but it ended up being a double play, which picked off Tice at second as well. So far today, 0 for 3, but he's reached base back in the third via the air with a run scored as well. 1 out. This one will be in there for a strike at 0-1. Tommy's looking to open this game up even more than what it is at 6-0 right now if Schumacher can put something into the outfield. Runner at second is Odenbach. Tice at first. Hawkinson with the pitch. Off speed. Got him. Swung on. Now at 0-2. Schumacher kind of went for the fence, if you will, on that particular swing, but nice looking pitch there by Hawkinson, pulling the string. The 0-2 pitch on the way for Hawkinson. That'll miss outside. Now 1-2. Drew Overby due up next. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out here. And Schumacher digs back in. This will be out of the zone now, 2-2. So getting ahead 0-2 on Gustafson to a fly out to right, then a 5-pitch walk to Odenbach, a 5-pitch walk to Tice. And now here's a 5-pitch at back to Schumacher, but it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. This will be hit on the ground of the third baseman. Theo Rumpfel will go to third. The throw to first base, and there will be a little bit of a collision there with him and Dawson Hyen. Making his way towards third on the way will be Tice. So Odenbach's going to be retired. And then it would be 5. So reaching on the fielder's choice would be Schumacher. You got a 5-3, and then allowing the throwing error there will allow Tice able to go from second to third base. And now you're going to have Drew Overby with runners at the corners here as Dawson Hyen had a little bit of an impact there with Schumacher. And then the throwing error across from Theo Rumpfel to Dawson Hyen, who did connect a little bit there with the runner in Schumacher, but now there's runners at the corners with 2 outs. So coming up will be Drew Overby with the sacrifice bunt back in the third. They look to see if they can keep Schumacher close at first. He dives in safely. Drew Overby with a single in the first, a sac bunt in the third, 1 of 2 today so far, with runners now in the corners with 2 outs. This one's going to be hit on the ground. Going to be a tough play for Johnson, who had to kind of come back for it as he was playing more up the middle. That'll be a single making his way to third base. On the play will be Wolfgram, and then Wolfgram will make his way all the way home. So a single on the way there for Overby. Coming in to score is going to be Tice. And then Schumacher will go from in to score as well after the throwing error from Dawson Hyen. And Overby will make his way to second. So 8-0 now for the Thompson Tommies, who have scored in every inning again, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th here today. So 2 errors in the inning. we have a single with 2 walks. And the Thompson Tommies now up 8-0 here in the 6th. This one will be in there for a strike at 0-1. Wolfgram so far today a single in the 5th, a single in the 3rd, a couple RBIs, a 2 runs scored, 2 for 3. And Hawkinson right now trying to get the last couple of strikes and get the Cardinals back to the plate here in the 7th. Thompson hits one into right center field. Tough play here for Gemmel's. Not going to get there in time. Rounding second on his way to 3rd is Overbean. It's a 2-out RBI single on the way for Wolfgram, and Wolfgram continues to help his own cause from the plate, now playing 3rd. It's his 3rd run driven in. Coming in to score is Overby for his first run scored of the game, and it's 9-0 Thompson. Good inside-out swing there for Wolfgram with the RBI. And now it's going to be William Welke to step up. Welke with a double his last time up, then was courtesy run forward by Stump, who came in to score. And now all of a sudden, if Wolfgram comes in, we are going to be talking about the 10-run rule here for the Thompson Tommies. 3 runs so far here in the 6th. They need 4 to make it a 10-run rule. Otherwise, Langdon will come up to the plate here in the top of the 7th inning. That one in there for a strike at 0-1. 9 runs so far for the Tommies, looking to see if they can make it 10 here. This one will miss. Now it'll be a ball at 1-1. Game that's now 75 minutes old here in Thompson. Runner at first base again is Wolfgram. Here's the 1-1. That'll miss. Good job on the backhand to keep it there with Schneider around home plate. Now it'll be 2 balls and 1 strike. Hawkinson came on, got the double play on a line drive to end the 4th inning, got through the 5th, giving up 2 runs with 2 hits, and so far right now has given up 3 here in the 6th. This one's going to be hit on the ground. Johnson is there at short. Johnson goes across the dime in the 1st, in time, 6-3 on the put-up, but not before the Thompson Tommies plate 3 runs across here in the 6th inning. We go to the top of the 7th with a new score, 9-0 Thompson, here on your liveevent.com.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
3 outs away here for the Thompson Tommies, trying to take the first game of this doubleheader against the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals on this Saturday now afternoon. For Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, trying to get their first base runner on if they can, with the top of the lineup with Welch, Rumfo, and Rumfo coming up here for the Cardinals. Well, Brody Gibson on for his 2nd inning of relief after Wolfgram went 5 innings with 5 strikeouts. And we'll have game number 2 again after about 20-25 minutes, roughly in between, once game 1 concludes here on yourliveevent.com. Chase Miller, Joey Hughes with you on this Saturday afternoon here in Thompson. A little over a month from now, well, now under a month from now, we will find out who's going to win the Class B state championship. Last 3 won between these 2 programs. The Tommies have won back-to-back Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich winners in 2021, and for the Cardinals, down to their final 3 outs here of the first part of our doubleheader, and you can watch game number 2 also on this very same stream link coming up a little bit later on here this afternoon. So Welke got all of his catcher's gear on, and we're ready to go as Cole Welsh, the senior center fielder, 0 for 2 today with a strikeout looking in the 1st and a strikeout swinging in the 4th, digs in. So Gibson righty-righty matchup to open things up here in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. This one's going to be fouled up the third base line, and it'll be 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, no outs here. Again to the leadoff batter in the 7th and the lineup. Walsh hits one on the ground. This one goes to Wolfgram. Oh, what a glove by Wolfgram across the diamond. 5-3 in the putout. Wolfgram did a good job on that short hop coming through to glove it, and he made a nice underhanded throw over to first base. Schumacher and Wolfgram have shown some leather so far here today for the Thompson Tommies. A lot of times in high school baseball, just talking with coaches, it's about making the plays that are in front of you and minimizing the errors. That can be a difference in the game, and there's 4 errors for one team and 0 so far for another, and that has definitely opened up the game for Thompson as this one has gone on. Mason Rumfo ahead in the count. The 1-0 pitch, that'll miss low now, 2-0. So 2 balls, no strikes here with Gibson. We've seen a couple of times so far fall behind 2-0 in the count, and that one will be the first base runner of the game, and there goes the perfect game. So Mason Rumfo will be hit by a pitch, and that'll be the first base runner. But for the Thompson Tommies, still have an opportunity here to try to keep a goose egg on another part of the board, but we'll see what happens. So Theo Rumfo will dig in, 0 for 2 today with a pair of grounders to the third baseman. And Gibson, when he was at third, first pitch swing, and this is a big league pop-up. This one coming through the third baseman and the catcher. And this one was right underneath us, and that'll be a foul ball. As you had both Welke and Wolfgram making a chase after it, it'll be 0-1. So runner at first base with Mason. His cousin and Theo, the sophomore, will dig in. And Gibson on the mound here for the Tommies. Looks across. Odenbach is there, playing first, keeping him close. Here's the 0-1. This one is going to be grounded off of Theo. And it'll be 0-2 with Dawson Hyen due up next. Langdon down to their final 4 strikes here of this contest. So Cole Welsh grounded out to the third baseman Wolfgram for the first out. Hit by pitch on the third pitch of the at-bat to Mason Rumfo to allow Mason to scamper to first right now, being held on by Odenbach. And Theo Rumfo, 0-2 behind the count. The pitch, breaking ball inside now, 1-2. Coming up on our post-game show, we'll get to our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game and our Arctic Enterprises Feature Precision Play the Contest. That and more is still to come. The 1-2 swung on, and that'll be for the strikeout, and Gibson gets his second K in relief, and that's 2 down here in the top of the 7th inning. Dawson Hyen, 0 for 2 so far today with a line drive back to Wolfgram in the top of the 5th inning. And that was when Wolfgram was pitching, then a strikeout looking to open up the second. This one's going to be fouled back at 0-1. Runner at first again is Mason Rumfo, 0-1 with Gibson at the plate with Welke behind catching. The righty-righty matchup. Here's the 0-1. That'll be in there for a strike now, 0-2. Cardinals down to their final strike here. The Thompson Tommies 1 strike away from trying to take the first part of this doubleheader. Here's the 0-2 offering. This one going to be hit on the ground. That'll be a foul ball up the third base line. And we'll do it all over again at no balls and 2 strikes. Taking this lead off of first is Mason Rumfo. 0-2 pitch from Gibson. This one's going to be hit in the air to center. As coming across, going to be by Overby to retire the side on a lazy fly on a Saturday afternoon in a contest that goes 1 hour in 23 minutes here today. The winning pitcher will be Braden Wolfgram. The losing pitcher will be Tyson Gemmel. It's a no-hitter for the Thompson Tommies and one batter that they faced over the minimum. A final today, Thompson 9, the Cardinals scoreless here on your LiveEvent.com. Our post-game show is coming up next.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
As we come back here, let's get to our player of the game, brought to you in part by Enbridge Energy. Go to Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. That is Enbridge.com for career opportunities. Well, it's Braden Wolfgram. 5 innings of work, made a nice play at third base as well, flashing the leather to open up the top of the 7th inning, and Wolfgram did it at the plate as he had 3 singles, as he was able to reach base all 4 times with 2 runs scored and 3 runs driven in. Brandon Wolfgram is our Enbridge Energy player of the game here in this one. 5 innings of work, 5 strikeouts, no hits, no walks, no runs against him. And for the Thompson Tommies, they can pitch a combined no-hitter between Wolfgram and Gibson. Again, our Enbridge Energy player of the game, Brandon Wolfgram here for the Thompson Tommies. Our RDK Enterprises feature precision play the contest. Well, there's a couple of them, but when you get a combined nearly perfect game and also a no-hitter, that's definitely where it starts off with, and that's what the Thompson Tommies were able to do with Wolfgram and Gibson. They go 1 over the minimum, 7 innings of work, 7 strikeouts, just 1 walk. That was a hit batter with Mason Rumfo in the 7th. That is our RDK Enterprises feature precision play the contest in Hillsboro. Have a safe spring planting season, and thank you for your business. Go to planterdoc.com. That again is planterdoc.com. For the Thompson Tommies, they were able to have a nice game here today. Schumacher, again, able to go in this game 0 for 4 from the plate, but he reached base in the 3rd and in the 6th via a fielder's choice and scored 2 runs. It was an error in the 3rd that he was able to come on base, and a fielder's choice in the 6th. Drew Overby in this one goes 2 for 3 with a run scored with a sacrifice bunt. Wolfgram, as we mentioned, able to go 3 for 4. William Welke able to get a double in the 5th inning. Stump comes in for a courtesy runner to score for him. Gibson goes 1 for 3 with a single. Jonathan Muse goes 1 for 3 with a double. Jordan Gustafson goes 0 for 3. Odenbach was 1 of 2 with a double and a run scored with a walk in the 6th inning. Then Braden Tice went a single, double, and a walk with a run driven in and 2 runs scored as well. Tyson Gemmel goes 3 1/3, gives up 7 hits, 4 runs, and 2 strikeouts. And then Hawkinson goes 2 2/3 innings here today, where he, in this one, able to give up 5 hits. Also on the contest with 5 runs across here for Hawkinson. Wolfgram, again, 5 innings of work, 5 strikeouts. Gibson, 2 innings of work, 2 strikeouts, and with 1 walk here today. The Thompson Tommies pick up the victory over the Cardinals. We'll put a bow on our post-game show. We come back here from Thompson on your LiveEvent.com.
Not everyone can get Secret Service level protection, but with Irie Insurance you can. You see, we've got your back, protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, and so much more. Ensuring you've got the protection you need and all your questions answered faster than you can say classified information. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
Are Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
As we come back on our post-game show again, Thompson wins the first one of the doubleheader here against the Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich 9-0. Also, congratulations goes out to Matt Chandler and the Thompson Tommy softball team as they made their way down this morning to Castleton and picked up a 1-0 win over the Central Cass Squirrels. Both Thompson and Central Cass have loads of success when it comes to the softball side of things as well. So Thompson Tommies with the victory today in Castleton, and they also pick up the victory here today in Thompson. Our second part of the doubleheader coming up in about 15 to 20 minutes from now as they're raking the field, getting everything situated behind home plate as well. Thompson will finish with 9 runs, 11 hits, no errors, and 4 runners left on base. They improved to 13-0 on the season. Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, the Cardinals, no runs, no hits, 4 errors, and no runners make that just 1 runner left on base with that hit batter, again with Mason Rumfo. The Cardinals drop to 9-2 on the season in a game that went 1 hour and 23 minutes here today from Thompson. So the Tommies, 3 runs in the third. They finished it. They got it going in the third inning with a Wolfgram in that inning. A Wolfgram RBI single to bring a couple runs in. Tice got a double in the 4th inning as well to bring in Odenbach from second base. That made it 4-0 at that particular time. A wild pitch would allow Wolfgram to come in and score in the 5th inning. Gibson with an RBI then in the 6th with Stump coming in to score here for the Thompson Tommies. Again, Thompson at least scores 1 run in the last 4 innings at the plate. 3 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, and 3 in the 6th inning. That does it for game 1 of our doubleheader. Stay with us as we will be back in again about 15-20 minutes or so, roughly, as we will continue our coverage for game number 2 between the Tommies and the Cardinals here on YourLiveEvent.com. Thanks to Coach Kravachka and Coach Solis joining us in the pregame show. On behalf of Joey Hughes, I'm Chase Miller. Again, stay with us for game number 2 coming up in a mere minutes here from Thompson. Tommies take game number 1, 9-0 here on YourLiveEvent.com.
close the door with the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Lined into left field for a base hit.
Hit in the air. That's going to be the second baseman. They have a chance for 2, and they got him.
Run, the throw is in time for the out.
Lifted high into left field. Ball is way back, and that ball is way gone.
Alston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And welcome to Thompson here on yourliveevent.com. This is our modified pregame show brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote. Started today, Irie Insurance with the customer service you deserve. They cover it all from home, auto, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. It's Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich and the Thompson Tommies for game number 2 here of this doubleheader after the Thompson Tommies threw a combined no-hitter in game number 1. I'm Chase Miller alongside Joey Hughes. The Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals are coming to the plate as they will have Cole Welch here, followed by Mason Rumfo and Theo Rumfo in the top of the lineup. We'll get to the Thompson Tommies in the field here in a moment. Drew Odenbach taking the mound. First pitch is going to be in there, and a game time of 12:48. Again, a little bit of overcast skies with the sun coming through. Temperature around 52 degrees. This one misses for a ball at 1-1. So Cole Welch, Mason Rumfo, Theo Rumfo, followed by Dawson and Caden High in here for the Cardinals. The 1-1 pitch missing for a ball, now 2-1. Landon Schneider, the freshman catcher, batting 6th, with Jack Johnson batting 7th. Tyson Gemmel 8th, and Sam Davis batting 9th. This one is going to be hit on the ground to the second baseman here for Thompson, 4-3 on the putout. And for the Thompson Tommies, there's one down playing that second base is Overby here with Schumacher at short. At first base, here will be Welke for the Thompson Tommies, and then at third base is going to be Braden Tice, with Wolfgram behind the plate. And this one in there for a strike on Mason Rumfo. Now it's going to be 0-1. The 0-1 pitch foul, now 0-2. In center field, you have Gibson, and right is going to be Jeremy Tice. And then in left field, it's Muse here for the Tommies. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one will just miss low, now at 1-2. For the Thompson Tommies, 13-0 on this season. The Cardinals at 9-2 and trying to split this doubleheader with Thompson. This one's going to be fouled, then we'll keep it at 1-2. Well, for the Thompson Tommies, they'll be going for the sweep here. Here's the 1-2 offering for Odenbach. The one down here in the first. This one's going to be grounded up the third base line, foul. So 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out here in the top of the first inning. And for the Cardinals, they just had 1 runner reach base back in the game number 1, and that was a Mason Rumfo hit by batter in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the 1-2 offering. This one's going to be hit on the ground as Schumacher at short. Schumacher gloves it, and this one's not going to be in time. So Mason Rumfo hustling out of the box, and he'll be able to get aboard there. And give that a infield single there. Schumacher had a little bit of a bobble, but hustling immediately was Mason Rumfo out of the box. And they will give it an infield single. And Theo Rumfo, this one is going to be swung on and missed, now 0-1. So Mason Rumfo got aboard in the top of the 7th in game number 1 with a hit by a batter. That time was hustling out of the box there. A little bit of a bobble by Schumacher, maybe gave him an extra step, but it will be an infield single. And Drew Odenbach throws over on the snap throw to first. Welke trying to apply the take quick enough, but getting back there safely is Mason Rumfo. So now can Theo Rumfo end this Cardinal club get something going here? It's a hit and run situation. This one is skied and popped up. The second baseman Overby comes across, and fortunately from the Langdon perspective, with the out, it was a high enough play that allowed Mason Rumfo to scamper back to first. If that was more of a line drive somewhere, that would have been a double play opportunity. Instead, there's two down here after the pop out. As Dawson Hyen, the senior first baseman, will dig in here for the Cardinals. Hyen went 0 for 3 with a cage, line out, and a fly out in game number 1. Another pickoff play, getting back safely again is Mason Rumfo. And the Cardinals, as we saw their hit and run opportunity, they might try to get a runner in scoring position here against Odenbach. With 2 outs, swung on and missed is Hyen, the senior first baseman, now 0-1. So runner at first base here is Mason. Runner at here for the Cardinals. As Odenbach, that 6'7" frame, on top of the mound here for the Tommies. Runner goes. Here's the throw by Wolfgram. It's a one-hopper, and getting in there for a stolen base is Mason Rumfo. And for the first time this afternoon, the Cardinals with the runner in scoring position. Wolfgram threw it across, one hopper to Overby, but now it's no balls, 2 strikes here to Hyen, who is behind the count. Will have to try to battle here against Odenbach and see if he can get something to get through the infield. Odenbach, 1 good strike away from retiring the side, then able to do so. Odenbach, strike 3 swinging, and that'll, strike 3 looking, that is, on Hyen, that'll retire the side. No runs, a hit, no errors, and one runner left. A half inning complete on our Chris Moe Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. Scoreless with the Tommies coming to the plate.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
At Thompson Public Schools, their mission is to develop lifelong learners and responsible citizens. You can visit their website, tps-k12.org, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Tommy Pride with student updates and events with Thompson Public Schools. Thompson Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Tommies. Learn more at tps-k12.org.
Chase Miller, Joey Hughes with you here on this Saturday afternoon. The good thing is we're at the ballpark. Good thing is spring sports are happening after kind of being washed out on this side of the state for the last couple of days and week and a half, depending on where you've been located at a little bit as well. As here for the Thompson Tommies, Thomas Schumacher, Drew Overby, and Braden Wolfgram here will be the top of the lineup here for Thompson. As you're going to have Jack Johnson on the bump here for the for the Cardinals. Great bunt here by Schumacher. A perfectly executed bunt, and the leadoff runner's on. That's going to be an infield single. Couldn't execute that bunt any better if you're Schumacher on that one. 1 pitch, runner on here for Thompson. So again, Schumacher, Overby, Wolfgram, followed by Welke, Gibson, Muse, Beal, and Tice. That's Jeremy and Braden here for the Thompson Tommies. Schneider behind the plate with Johnson on the mound here for the Cardinals. Here's the pitch. This one's going to be laced over the second baseman into right. Davis trying to play it, and then we'll keep it close enough. Now the runner, a little deke, able to come in and come across. So Schumacher kind of waited and for a second thought that he was going to sit there, and then by the time the relay came in, so Schumacher able to go from first to third. Overby's able to get a single, and then you're going to allow the play there running over the ball there with Davis that allowed the runner then and Schumacher to kind of throw an Eddie Rosario Minnesota Twins shake and bake move from a few years ago where he kind of bluffed it a little bit to get in for the air. So Braden Wolfgram now steps up in the Tommies quickly with runners at scoring position at first and third now. And Wolfgram will take a ball here at 1-0. Caden Hyen in left with Welsh in center, Davis in right. Dawson Hyen holding the runner of Overby on at first, with Mason Rumfo at second, Theo at short, and Gemmel at third base. This one on the pass ball That's going to get across, and then another throw that gets away from Johnson, from Schneider to Johnson, will allow Overby to come in to score. So Schumacher will come in to score. Overby makes it first to third, and it's 1-0 Thompson. As Schumacher and Overby have wasted very little time again in terms of pitches, and now it's 2-0 here to Wolfgram with a runner at third base and no out. This one in there for a strike at 2-1. Welke due up next here for the Thompson Tommies. So Thompson trying to get to 13-0 again on the season for the Cardinals. They're 9-2 after the loss in game number 1. This one misses outside, now 3-1. Thompson, what they've done so well in recent years is they make you pay when it comes to errors or running situations, as Wolfgram will quickly scamper down to first, taking the walk. 3 up for the Thompson Tommies and 3 on board. A single, and a walk so far. Runners at the corners, 1-0 on our Chris Moen Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. With Chris Moen serving Thompson and the surrounding communities. You can talk with Chris for your insurance purposes today. Bring out that phone and scan the QR code as well. Here's the pitch. A swung on and missed. Now 0-1 to Welke. And this is the one thing, though, that you see teams on top of regions or teams who make it to state, they just minimize the errors. They minimize the mental mistakes. As Wolfgram is going to go. Here's the throw down to second. Not in time. Wolfgram gets the stolen base. It'll be 0-2 on the count, as Welke right now is behind the count, but with runners in scoring position, trying to put one in play here for the junior first baseman. And he's able to put one in play to the shortstop. Theo Rumfo gloves it, comes across the diamond to get the first up, but a run does come in. It's now 2-0 Tommies. So Overby comes in to score. Wolfgram makes his way to third. 6-3 on the putout with Welke. But now it's 2-0 here for the Thompson Tommies as Welke gets the RBI. As Coach Kravachka comes on and talks with his infielders. With a runner at third base again, here is Wolfgram. So it started off with a single for Schumacher, came in to score. A single for Overby came in to score. A walk by Wolfgram made his way to second on the stolen base, then made his way to third, and then Theo Rumfo on the play 6-3 to Hyen was able to retire Welke, but Welke with the run driven in to make it 2-0 Thompson. And the Tommies quickly out in front of the Cardinals here in the bottom of the first inning with the fifth batter at the plate in Gibson. And Gibson will take a strike on the outside for the senior center fielder, now at 0-1. And all of a sudden for Thompson, get a quality productive at bat here by Brody Gibson. You can be up 3-0 here before you get out of the first inning. The 0-1 off speed. Looking pitch there by Johnson, who would love nothing more than a strikeout here and then try to see if he can find a way to get Muse out and get the Cardinals bats up to the plate, just down 2-0 here in the bottom of the first inning. The 2-0, this one is going to be in the dirt, gets by Schneider, the runner from third base coming in, and Wolfgram, and on the wild pitch there will allow Wolfgram to come in to score, and it's now 3-0 in favor of the Thompson Tommies. So Wolfgram comes in to score that stolen base with that wild pitch on top of it now. Will allow the Thompson Tommies to get all their runs so far here in this first inning through the top third of the order. As this one will miss out of the zone. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes as Jonathan Muse again is on deck. So if you're Johnson, trying to get that second out here with nobody on. And it's the second out outside corner. Strike 3 looking, and Gibson is retired. And Jack Johnson will get his first strikeout of the afternoon. So Jax Johnson gets the out. 2 down here. And that will be Jonathan Muse, the junior left fielder, coming up to the plate. The righty here in Johnson from the stretch. This one will come in and hit the backside of Muse as Muse will get the hit by pitch, and that'll be Jonathan Muse will make his way to first base. Isaac Beelan will come in. Beelan, the junior designated hitter, now due up here for the Thompson Tommies. So Beelan didn't play in the first game, but getting an opportunity to come out here in game number 2. And for the Tommies, this is their 7th batter to the plate here in the first. The pitch, swung on and missed, now 0-1. For the Tommies, so far, able to get 1, 2, and 3 batters all aboard and all coming in to score. Now we'll see what they do with their 6th batter in Muse, as the 7th batter in Beelan falls behind the count now 0-2 as Johnson is looking for his 2nd strikeout of the inning. Here's the 0-2. This one will miss out of the zone, now 1-2 with Jeremy Tice due up next here for the Thompson Tommies. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. As Johnson looks over the runner at first, and the 1-2 pitch. This one will miss out of the zone, now at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The freshman catcher Schneider relays the signal to Johnson, the 2-2 offering. This one swung on and missed to retire the side, but 2 runs make that 3 runs come in. Off of 2 hits, there was an error and a runner left on base. 1 complete from Thompson. The Tommies lead it 3-0.
I think it's fair to say you pay more now than ever before to operate your vehicles. We've got some relief. I'm Chris Moen with Nodak Insurance. Our auto customers are driving safer with fewer accidents, and for many that translates into lower premiums. If you're not seeing lower rates with your insurance company, call me to compare. You might save some money, and you will get better service. Call me today at 757-1613, or stop by one of my locations at 1913 South Washington in Grand Forks or 207 Main Street in Dakota.
High school baseball here today on YourLiveEvent.com. Chase Miller, Joey Hughes with you here from Thompson, as the Cardinals will be making their way to the plate for the 2nd time here this afternoon. Again, the Thompson Tommy softball team with a 1-0 win over Central Cass earlier today. This one will miss. That'll be 1-0 to Caden Hine with Schneider and Johnson. Again, 5, 6, and 7 batters. As Odenbach and Wolfgram, the battering ram here with Odenbach. This one will miss now 2-0. For the Cardinals, they got a single by Mason Rumfo, a stolen base to get him to 2nd, but that was with 2 outs when he got the stolen base. 2-0 pitch in there for a strike at 2-1. So for the Cardinals here, I'll see what they can do their 2nd time through against Odenbach, who has 1 strikeout that he's thrown so far. Now it's going to be a 3-1 on the way here to the senior left fielder in Hine. 3 balls, 1 strike. Odenbach with the pitch. This one swung on and missed. Now 3-2 on the fastball. As Odenbach looks back in against Hine here. And the 3-2. Strike 3 looking back-to-back Ks here for Odenbach, and there's 1 down here in the top of the 2nd. So he struck out the Twins, both looking there for Odenbach against Hine. Now it's Landon Schneider, the freshman catcher. And Schneider takes a ball outside. Now it'll be 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Schneider hits one on the ground. This one will hop right over the first bag. Bobbled there by the first baseman. Not in time with Welke. Welke kind of had to take a 5 to 6 hopper there. Almost hit the bag. And then by the time Welke had it right in front of him, it gets by him. And we'll have a courtesy runner coming on as Levi Swanson, the sophomore, will come on. as Jack Johnson will come up. That's a tough one there for the first baseman in Welke. It was right in front of him. It'll go down as the first error of the game here for the Thompson Tommies. Now you'll have Swanson at first, takes a nice healthy lead. Odenbach works from the stretch. This one comes in, and that one will be a ball, now 1-0. So runner at first base again is Swanson after Schneider gets aboard via the air. And can the Cardinals try to get some damage here on that scoreboard? So far it's been 8 innings for Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich, part of this doubleheader, and they've gotten goose eggs across, looking to get that first run here for the Cardinals. For the Thompson Tommies, already plated 3 runs in the first. Trying to see if he can throw another 0 up there in the second, then extend the lead once you get to the second. But right now, Odenbach behind the count against the opposing pitcher Johnson at 2-0. Odenbach looks back the runner, the 2-0 pitch in there for a strike, and now 2-1. So 2-1 on the way with 1 out here in the top of the second. Swanson being held on by Welke at first. The 2-1 pitch. This one fouled back to the netting. Now 2-2. Busy night for Minnesota sports with the Minnesota Twins going up against the Red Sox, trying to get their win streak to 12, and the Timberwolves trying to see if they can find their way against the defending champs, the Denver Nuggets in the NBA. As this one's a slow grounder. Schumacher gives it to second on the transfer. It goes off of his hands, and for the Thompson Tommies, it'll be another error. So Schumacher gave it to Overby. Overby on the transfer was unable to hold on to the baseball, and now the runners will make their way up 90 feet as Nate Solis will come out here and talk it over with the infield. So Swanson makes his way to second. Johnson is aboard via the error, and now there'll be the second one of the game here for the Thompson Tommies as Nate Solis is just talking it over with our umpiring crew again, and just in terms of the particular play and what they saw. And if you get the out with the baseball on the bag via the transfer, that can be an out. But if you're off the bag, again, it's one of those calls. But again, on the transfer from Overby, from our side, it looked like that's when he lost it. But if your foot's not on the bag, then it doesn't matter regardless of what's going to happen on it. So tough one there for the Thompson Tommies, but this is what Langdon saw reversed against them last game against Thompson, where they had 1 or 2 errors in an inning and Thompson put a crooked number up on the board. Can the Cardinals do that here in the top of the second with Tyson Gemmel, the 8th batter here in the lineup, as he will take a ball? And this is something in this second inning that we've seen from Odenbach here, falling behind early in counts against these Cardinal hitters. Here's the 1-0. Snap throw back, and that's going to be in time for the out. Oh, what a play by Schumacher. Schumacher did a great job to just hang steady and still. Wolfram to Schumacher, and Swanson is out at second. That is a honey of a play by Wolfgram. Now it's a 1-ball, 1-strike offering. This one swung on and missed. That'll be 1-2. Oh, wow, that's what you have with a catcher behind the plate in Wolfgram right there. An absolutely perfect throw. Swanson gets out at second. Now it's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Odenbach, 1 good pitch away. 2-2, that'll run in, make the count full at 3-2, and this will be the second full count that we've had here in the second inning for a Cardinal batter. Runner at first is Johnson. As Odenbach looks in, the 3-2, Johnson runs. This one will miss outside. It will be a walk. And the Cardinals have yet to get a hit here in the inning. However, now it's the 3rd time they've had runners aboard for their third base runners. Schneider got aboard via the air. Swanson came in for the courtesy run and eventually got thrown out at second. Swung on and miss here for Sam Davis, the sophomore right fielder, now 0-1. And air with Jack Johnson as he made it to the shortstop. Schumacher on the flip, check swing. Going through is Davis at 0-2, and then Gemmel there with the walk. So no balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. Odenbach works ahead on the number 9 batter. The 0-2 pitch swung on and missed, and that'll retire the side. So no runs on no hits. There was 2 errors and 2 runners left on base. Inning and a half complete here in Thompson. The Tommies lead at 3-0.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
The Optimist Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner, West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
It's the most prestigious, challenging, rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, King's Late Models.
Bottom of the second inning we go here on our Chris Moe Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. The Thompson Tommies with a 3-0 advantage over the Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich. Chris Moe with Nodak Insurance Company serving Thompson and the surrounding communities. I'm Chase Miller alongside Joey Hughes with you here on this Saturday afternoon. Good to get out and get some baseball in. Also, we will have a ton of baseball and softball in a short amount of time here in a couple weeks on yourliveevent.com with the Region 1, Region 2, and Region 3 baseball tournaments. Region 1 in Castleton, Region 2 at Mayville State, and Region 3 going to be in Steele. And we'll also have the Region 1 and Region 2 softball tournaments for you as well. Here's the pitch on the way. And this one will be in there for a strike from Johnson to Jeremy Tice. It's the 8, 9, and 1 batters here for the Thompson Tommies up in the bottom of the second inning. The 0-1 pitch from Johnson. This one is hitting the air to right. Coming down is Davis, able to field that one. A opposite field single here for Jeremy. And the Thompson Tommies have their third base knock of the contest. And now it's going to be Braden Tice will check to the plate, the older brother of Jeremy Tice. And then it goes back to the top of the lineup here with Thomas Schumacher. Thompson with Tice. This one misses outside. Now it'll be 1-0. So Jeremy at first, Braden at the plates. And Johnson on the mound here. The 1-0. This one is in the dirt. Those will be 2-0. So the Cardinals, 0 runs in the first, 0 runs in the second. Thompson, 3 runs in the first. And now they're going to go through the lineup the second time here against Johnson. A 2-0 pitch. That'll be in there for a strike at 2-1. But going back to, mentioning just a few minutes ago, busy day when it comes to sports. You have the 150 running of the Kentucky Derby. Twins baseball trying to get to their 12th consecutive win. That one in there for a strike at 2-2. Byron Buxton went on the 10-day injured list. And then you have game number 1 of the Western Conference semis with the Timberwolves and alongside the Denver Nuggets. So nice sports day in the upper Midwest. And you get these spring games in as this one jammed them. Davis will come in at first and then retire Braden Tice for the fly out. There's one down here in the bottom of the second inning as Thomas Schumacher will dig in. Schumacher with a single and a run scored back in the first inning. And we'll see what the Thompson Tommies can do the second time through seeing Jack Johnson. Runner at first base again, and Tice takes his lead, being held on there by Dawson Hyen. There's a quick snap throw, and Tice gets back safely. Also some college baseball coming in with NDSU and St. Thomas at Newman Outdoor Field. And you have the North Star baseball and softball tournaments going on in Dickinson here this weekend. This one will miss for a ball. That would be 1-0. Taking the lead off of first is Tice. The pitch by Johnson, that'll be out of the zone now, 2-0. So first time through the lineup for the Thompson Tommies. They get 3 runs on 3 hits. and left one runner on again in the first. Here's the 2-0 pitch. This one is hit in the ground, and that's going to get past the third baseman, Gemmel. Making his way to second will be Tice. Schumacher's on for the second time with his second single of the day, and the Thompson Tommies have something brewing here in the bottom of the second inning. Drew Overby with a run and a single so far here today. Schumacher again at first base now with Jeremy Tice at second. One out here in the top of the second inning. In the bottom of the second, that is. And the pitch. This one missing at the belt now, 1-0. If you're Thompson, get one in the gap here. Got some pretty good speed. Could possibly score 1, if not 2 runs here for the Tommies. With the Cardinals, seeing if he can put something on the ground and maybe try to turn 2 from a Cardinal perspective. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed. Now it's 1-1. Press box here at Thompson right on top of the action. A couple years ago, they redid the grandstand here as some of the Thompson softball players have made their way to the grandstand after playing in Castleton earlier this morning and coming away with a win. The 1-1 pitch, that'll miss inside. Now it'll be 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. Runners at first and second for Thompson. Here's the pitch from Johnson to Overby. That'll be in there for a strike now at 2-2. As the third baseman with Gemmel playing even with the bag at third, everybody else kind of looking for that double play opportunity, and Dawson Hine trying to take away a double hit down the opposite line, and this will be out of the zone and make the count full. This will be the first time we've seen a 3-2 count here today for Jack Johnson. Here's the payoff pitch by Johnson. This one's going to be hit in the air. That's going to be down for a base knock. Davis, the right fielder, quickly brings it in. Does a good job hustling after that one. And the runner at second, and Jeremy Tice had to stay there for a moment to see if that was going to land or not. So everybody moves up 90 feet. The bases are juiced for Britton Wolfgram. Tice at third, Schumacher at second, and Overby makes his way to first for his second hit of the afternoon. And now it's Braden Wolfgram with a walk, a run scored, and a stolen base back in the first inning, and a chance to get some runs driven in here with 1 out in the second. This one will miss outside at 1-0, fifth batter of the inning so far here for the Tommies. And this is a chance for Thompson to break the game open a little bit here in the bottom of the second. Johnson with the 1-0 pitch. This one is going to be popped up. Wolfgram will see this one go over the first base and into and over the batting cages here, as we'll see it now at 1-1 with Welke due up next. One ball, 1 strike with 1 out. Bases full of Tommies here in the bottom of the second. 1-1 is popped, and this one will go out of play again, and it'll be now 1-2. As Josh Krvachka is going to come out here and talk it over with the infield with the bases full with a 1-2 count here with Johnson. Runner at third base again is Jeremy Tice. Runner at second is Thomas Schumacher, and at first is Drew Overby. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the way to Brendan Wolfgram here, the senior catcher in game number 2. Wolfgram in game number 1. Part of that no-hitter that Thompson threw. 5 innings of work, 5 strikeouts for the Tommies with 0 walks against him in game number 1. As everybody resets here, as Wolfgram will dig back into the plate here for the Tommies. After Coach Krvachka came out, just allowed Johnson to maybe take a quick breather. And here's the 1-2. This one will run in. Now it'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the order so far has done awfully well here for Thompson. 4 singles with a walk, a stolen base, and 3 runs scored so far for the top third of the order. Here's the 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. That'll be outside, and now 3-2 in back-to-back full counts here by the Tommies that they've been able to work at the plate. So 3-2 offering here from Johnson. This is going to be hit on the ground. A chance. Rumfo sees this one eat him up a little bit. Johnson goes across. They get the ending double play. Mason Rumfo did a good job of hanging on to that one, then flipped it to Theo Rumfo. And Theo goes to Dawson High in 6-4-3 on the double play, and that'll retire the side. No runs off of 3 hits. There were no errors, and there was 1 runner left on base. 2 complete here in Thompson. It's 3-0 Tommies on your liveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley in Cavalier.
Top of the third inning, it's the Thompson Tommies 3. The Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich scoreless here as the Cardinals will be sitting at the top of the order. Welsh and a pair of Rumfos to the plate. Update for you from Target Field. The Boston Red Sox lead the Minnesota Twins 1-0 here going to the bottom of the first inning. Boston 18-15 on the season. The Twins at 18-13, and they will be going to the plate for the first time today. And they'll play tomorrow afternoon as well against the Red Sox to finish off that 3-game series of 4. Jorge Polanco and the Seattle Mariners coming to town, former Twin. This one swung on and missed with Cole Welsh. Now it's going to be 0-1. Also baseball news yesterday, Luis Arraez, year and about a month in Miami before he got traded to the San Diego Padres. This one will miss outside. Now 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 offering by Odenbach. This one in there for a strike now at 1-2. Speaking of the Twins, looking at the St. Louis Cardinals pitching staff, there's a Gibson, a Lynn, and a Gray. 3 former Twins pitchers now in St. Louis. The 1-2 pitch is fouled over the concession stand, and we'll keep it at 1-2. Top of the third inning again here for the Cardinals. A contest that started a little over a half hour ago. This one's going to be fouled here for Cole Welsh. We'll keep it at 1-2. So big double play there for the Cardinals to keep the score at 3-0. If they don't turn it, 1 run at least comes in to score to make it 4. But instead they turn it. Now it's a matter of can they get the bats going against this Thompson pitching staff. The 1-2 pitch is hit on the ground. That's going to be past the third baseman, Tice, making his way to first as well. She'll round first, trying to dig in. Here's the throw from the left fielder here with Muse. Not going to be in time, backed up there by Jeremy Tice. It's a leadoff double for the Cardinals. And for the first time this afternoon, the Cardinals have a leadoff runner on base. So for the Cardinals through 9 innings, that's just their second hit. And more importantly for the Cardinals, they haven't had too many base runners in scoring position today either. This one in there for a strike at 0-1. Going back to our pregame show of game number 1, Coach Kravachka for the Cardinals mentioned Cole Welsh and Mason Rumfo kind of been the main guys at the plate, trying to get things going here in this one. And if they get going, the rest of the team kind of feed off of them. No balls, 2 strikes here with no outs. Mason Rumfo looking to at least have a productive out here. The 0-2 pitch, that'll miss outside at 1-2. So far for Odenbach, 2 innings of work, 2 hits, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. This one's going to be popped up. That'll be into short center field. And the center fielder, Gibson, calls everybody off for the first out of the top of the third inning, as Theo Rumpho will come up to the plate now for the Cardinals. So for the Cardinals with Theo, he will come up to the plate. 0 for 1 so far today. Cardinals, this is game number 12 of the season. For the Thompson Tommies, this is game number 14. The pitch, that'll be in there for a strike at 0-1. So no balls, 1 strike with 1 out here. The 0-1. Off speed, now it's going to be 0-2 this season for the Tommies. They got that communication with the catcher where they can hear right from the head coach, Nate Solis, what he wants to call. This one's going to be hit in the air. That's to left. Muse able to come in a little bit. Off the bat, that sounded good, but then it just kind of died once it got out of the outfield, and that'll be out number 2 here in the third inning. So Cole Welsh, the leadoff double, still at second. And the Cardinals now will bring Dawson High into the plate, who struck out looking his last time up to end the first inning. As Hine will dig in here with that Welsh at second. Swung on and missed. Fastball out of the zone, and Hine chased it. Now it's 0-1. Odenbach with a strikeout in the first. Bookend the second with strikeouts. That was one good pitch away from having a runner stranded at second base. Another heater. Odenbach now works ahead in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. As the sun continues to make its way through the clouds here today in Thompson. The 0-2. That'll just miss low underneath the knee. Now 1-2. So Welsh again still at second. Hyen digs back in. 1-2 pitch from Odenbach. And he went through, and that'll retire the side. So Odenbach gets his 4th strikeout of the game. No runs after a leadoff double. 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. The Cardinals have left 4 runners on so far through 3 innings of play. 2.5 complete here from Thompson. The Tommies coming to the plate.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Bottom of the third inning on our Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard with Chris Moen serving Grand Forks, Thompson, and the surrounding communities. It is a 3-0 advantage here for the Thompson Tommies as they will be bringing to the plate the 4, 5, and 6 batters, Welke, Gibson, and Muse here in the bottom of the third inning. Johnson with the pitch. This one will run in and miss for a ball. Now 1-0. Welke 0 for 1 in the game with a ground out to the third baseman, Rumpho. That's Theo at short, his last time up in the first inning. Here's the 1-0 offering. That'll miss inside at 2-0. Cannon Hyen in left with Welsh in center and Davis in right here for the Cardinals. The 2-0 pitch. That'll be in there for a strike. Johnson and Schneider. Johnson on the mound, Schneider behind the plate, with Gemmel at third and Dawson Hyen at first. Here's the 2-1 offering on the way. That'll miss for a ball at 3-1. Theo Rumpho then at shortstop, and at second is Mason Rumpho here for the Cardinals. 3 balls, 1 strike, no outs in the bottom of the third inning here in Thompson. The pitch, that'll miss in the dirt 5 pitch walk for Welke. 3rd walk of the game here for the Thompson Tommies, as they were able to earn a walk and a hit by pitch in the first, and for the Tommies, they're able to get Welke onto the plate and up, and now Brody Gibson will be digging in here with Welke, the junior first baseman, again over at first, takes his lead. And Gibson will take a strike. He struck out looking his last time up after working the count to a 2-2. Jax Johnson so far 2 innings of work, 5 hits against, 3 walks, a strikeout, and 3 runs. This one misses out of the zone at 1-1. Thompson took advantage of the error in the first inning on Thompson, and Thompson took advantage of the error against Langdon in that first inning to add on to a crooked number to put 3 in the first inning. This one is fouled, and we'll make it now 1-2. Keeping the runner on at first base again is Dawson Hine as Welke takes his lead. Big gap there at first to second if he can use it for Gibson. This one misses outside at 2-2. And we've seen the Tommies do that pretty well today, shooting the ball the other way to right. Whether it's been on the ground or line drives, letting the ball kind of come through the zone a little bit. As Johnson works from the stretch, yet again, Schneider behind the plate. The 2-2, that'll miss low and make it now a full count at 3-2. So back-to-back batters here in the bottom of the third for Thompson that has worked a count to at least 3 balls here. We'll see if Welke stays put at first with no outs. He does. Gibson, strike 3, looking for the second time here in the afternoon, and Brody Gibson 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. So Beelan, Gibson, and Gibson here have struck out against Johnson. 1 down here in the bottom of the third inning. In the Thompson Tommies, Jonathan Muse hit by a pitch his last time up. Here's the pitch. That'll be in the dirt. Schneider does a good job smothering that one. Now it's 1-0. And if you're Thompson right now in this particular game, you don't want to come back and see the second inning where you have bases loaded with 1 out, unable to get anything across, and you get a leadoff walk here if you're unable to get anything across. Might have come back and haunt you against this Cardinal club. As this will miss outside, now at 2-0. So 2 balls, no strikes. Muse in a hitter's count as Johnson looks in and fires. That'll be in there for a strike at 2-1. Again, Johnson, the starting pitcher here for the Cardinals. Drew Odenbach has gone 3 innings, the starting pitcher for the Tommies. Here's the 2-1. This one is jammed, and that'll be foul up the first base line and going into the parking lot. It'll be now 2 balls and 2 strikes. You can see a reason why cars don't park down the right field side here in Thompson too terribly often. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out here. Welke takes his lead, being held on there by Dawson Hine again. The 2-2 pitch, and then strike 3 looking back-to-back K's. 3 of the 4 strikeouts here for Johnson have been strikeout via looking here. And now all of a sudden, the Cardinals are 1 out away from getting the bats coming up to the plate in the top of the 4th inning. Isaac Beelan, the junior designated hitter, 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Cardinals will have 5, 6, and 7 batters with Caden Hine, Schneider, and Johnson coming up. Johnson with the pitch. I'm in there for a strike. So Welke, there's the last 4 batters against Johnson. A double play grounder by Wolfgram, a walk by Welke, Gibson, and then Muse with back-to-back strikeouts. The 0-1 pitch. And Johnson is starting to find a little bit of a rhythm here. That double play ball maybe give him some confidence going into this 3rd inning. No balls, 2 strikes. Johnson looks back, the runner at first. Welke takes a little bit bigger a lead. The 0-2 pitch, that'll miss. Fastball out of the zone at 1-2. High school baseball today here on YourLiveEvent.com from Thompson. Tommies, all their runs back in the 1st inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That'll miss low, now 2-2. And after we get through this, we'll be to the midway point of this contest, 7 innings high school baseball. As the runner Welke takes his lead off of first. And the 2-2. That'll miss low, now 3-2. So the third batter here in the inning that has worked the count to a 3-ball count here for the Tommies. The 3-2 pitch. That'll be strike 3, looking to retire the side. 3 straight strikeouts looking, and that retires the Tommies here in the third. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. 3 complete on our Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. Thompson 3, the Cardinals scoreless coming to the plate.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and r.com. Local voices from local radio.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
High school baseball today here, top of the 4th inning. Caden Hine, Schneider, and Johnson due up here for the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals, 5, 6, and 7 batters. Drew Odenbach so far through 3 innings, 2 hits against 1 walk and 4 strikeouts here for the Tommies. The pitch, that'll miss for a ball. Now it'll be 1-0. So for the Cardinals, got a runner on in the first, able to get runners on in the second and third. So far they've left 4 runners through 3 innings. This one in there for a strike. So a little bit better compared to what they did in the first, where, again, no hit, and their first runner on base was with 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. Big swing by Caden, swung on and missed, now 1-2. Odenbach on for his 4th inning of work here for the Tommies. Here's the 1-2 offering on the way. That'll miss inside, now 2 balls and 2 strikes. After a leadoff double in the third, Odenbach was able to get a fly out to center, a fly out to left, and a strikeout, and he gets back-to-back Ks here for the second time today. Odenbach with his 5th strikeout, and there's 1 down here in the top of the 4th inning. Landon Schneider reached base via the air. That was courtesy run for was Swanson for the freshman catcher. He will hit one up the first base line, similar to what he did his first time up, but this one will actually go foul, and that'll be 0-1. Very similar to what had happened in the second inning, where that one went nearly right over the bag. Is Schneider behind the count now, no balls in 1 strike. The 0-1. That'll miss outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. More baseball coming at you on Monday here on yourliveevent.com. Go to our website or simply subscribe to our YouTube page. The 1-1. That'll miss now at 2-1. The 2-1 offering. This one swung on and missed, now 2-2. Coming up on Monday, we have Larimore and Hillsborough Central Valley at 3 o'clock. Also a doubleheader schedule with Northern Cass and Kindred Richland in Kindred for baseball. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, and Odenbach has retired 3 straight via the strikeout. So 2 down here in the top of the 4th inning, as now it's Johnson coming up, who's 0 for 1 today, reach base via the air. This one will miss low, now 1-0. 5 straight retired here by Odenbach. And a chance to strike out the side on top of it. Odenbach looks in, the 1-0. That'll miss, now 2-0, and this is what we saw in the second inning, where the Cardinals got a handful of runners on. Odenbach was falling behind 1-0 and 2-0 in the counts. The 2-0 pitch, that'll miss, that'll be 3-0. Odenbach with 1 walk today. That was back in the second to Gemmel, who's due up next. If Johnson can get aboard here in the 4th. Johnson taking the entire way. That'll be a strike now, 3-1. So 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs here. Nobody on in the top of the 4th. Swung on and missed, and Odenbach makes the count full at 3-2. So after falling behind, back-to-back strikes. See what Odenbach throws here to Johnson on the payoff pitch. 3-2's foul back to the netting. And we'll do it again here with a 3-2 count upcoming to Johnson. As Odenbach looks back into Wolfgram, the 3-2 offering, off-speed, strikeout, looking, and Odenbach will retire the side via the K. 4 consecutive strikeouts for Odenbach. He's got 7 in the game at the midway point here in Thompson. It's 3-0 Tommies as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning.
Not everyone can get Secret Service level protection, but with Irie Insurance you can. You see, we've got your back, protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, and so much more. Ensuring you've got the protection you need and all your questions answered faster than you can say classified information. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
Bottom of the 4th inning here for the Thompson Tommies, and Drew Odenbach. That was the first 3-up, 3-down inning for Drew on the mound. Now it's the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals, and a really good bottom of the 3rd by Johnson. He had a leadoff walk to Welke, but then struck out Gibson, Muse, and Beelan to retire the side in the 3rd. So both pitchers find their rhythm here midway through this game. Tice, and Schumacher. This one in there for a strike. Jeremy Tice, 1 of 1 today with a single back in the 2nd inning. As Johnson looks into Schneider behind the plate, the 0-1 offering. That'll be missing out of the zone now, 1-1. So a sophomore right fielder leading it off here in the bottom of the 4th inning for Thompson. So far, the 3 runs in the 1st, that's been the difference for the Tommies. Here's the 1-1. That'll be in the dirt now. It'll be 2-1. Region 2 baseball tournament we'll have for you here on yourliveevent.com. Tournament gets underway on May the 18th from Mayville State for those first round of games. 2-1 offering. You're going to be in there for a strike at 2-2. The Region 4 baseball tournament will be in Minto starting on May the 20th. And then everything heads to the Buffalo City for state. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the way. The 2-2 pitch. This one's going to be hitting the air down the left field line, and that's going to be a fair ball. Good swing by Tice as he will round first, makes his way to second. Hine is there, and that'll be a stand-up double here for Jeremy Tice. And the sophomore right fielder gets his 2nd base knock of the afternoon. Nice swing there by Tice. He got a good contact, a little jammed on the play, but able to muscle it over the 3rd baseman, Gemmel, and right down the line. Had maybe about a foot of real estate before it would have hit the fair foul line, but regardless, the Thompson Tommies for the 4th consecutive inning get their leadoff runner aboard. Got a single in the 1st, a single in the 2nd, a walk in the 3rd, and now a double here in the 4th as Brennan Tice takes a ball. Now it's 1-0. But even though the Tommies were able to get runners on first right off the bat in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, they only scored in the 1st inning. And the 1-0 pitch, that's going to be bunted but foul, and that'll be 1-1. Then it goes back to the top of the lineup for the 3rd time through here for Thompson. Langdon, no runs, 2 hits in air for the Tommies. 3 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors so far. Thompson has left 3 runners on base, so the Cardinals, they've left 4 so far here today. Runner at 2nd is Jeremy Tice. As Braden will, with Johnson, a little timeout, and they will dig back into their respective spots. Johnson with the 1-1. That'll miss outside for a ball. Now 2-1. Braden with the fly out to right to Davis his last time up in the second inning. Here's the 2-1 offering. That'll miss. Now 3-1. Bottom of the lineup for Thompson. It's been Jeremy Tice to get a single and a double. Now Braden Tice would like to add on to that here in some way, getting on base. The 3-1 pitch will be a 5-pitch walk, and runners will be at first and second. So Jax Johnson, 5, make that 6 hits, 4 walks, and 4 strikeouts on his stat line. As you will have coming up will be Thomas Schumacher, a single with a run scored in the first, a single in the second, and he will come up with runners at first and second, no outs, and the Tommies trying to separate a little bit from the Cardinals here in the 4th inning, while the Cardinals see what they can do here with Johnson on the mound. Swung on and missed. It'll be 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. Caden Hine in left with Welsh in center. Davis again in right. Here for the Cardinals as the Cardinals, with the second baseman Mason Rumpel almost playing behind the bag at second to start. Now he gets back to his position. Off speed in there for a strike at 0-2. Nice looking pitch by Johnson with the breaking ball to get ahead in the count here on Schumacher. Now no balls and 2 strikes. Schumacher, the junior shortstop, does a lot, not just at the top of the lineup, but in terms of what he does fielding at short as well here for the Tommies, making the hard plays look routine, if you will, so far for the junior. And the Cardinals find themselves again in a little bit of a pickle here in game number 2. Contest that got underway an hour ago from the opening pitch. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and hit on the ground. Theo Rumfo is there, gives it to Mason for 1, and they will get 1 out here. Runners will be at the corners, but the double play ball will still be in play. So making his way to third will be Jeremy Tice. Braden Tice is retired at second, and Schumacher reaches base on a fielder's choice, and it's up to Drew Overby to try to see if the Tommies can get that 4th run across. There's a double play to get out of the 6-4-3 in the second, where the Tommies had the bases loaded with 1 out. Now they got runners at the corners here at the run out in the bottom of the 4th inning with Overby. Runners going to go. Schneider's throw down to second, and the runner's going to come in to score. So it went over Theo Rumfo, and coming Mason, went over Mason Rumfo and goes over him. And coming in to score is going to be Jeremy Tice to score, making his way to second base is Schumacher on the steal, and it was 4-0 Thompson here now in the bottom of the 4th inning. Well, the Cardinals are trying to do there with Mason Rumfo. He was at second. He was about a good 15 feet in from second base, but Schneider was unable to hit him, and this is going to be a one-hopper to Mason Rumfo. Keeps it in front of him. The runner from second will go to third, and Schumacher will be 4-3 on the putout as Overby is retired. And now it'll be 2 down with the runner at third. It's 4-0 Thompson with Wolfgram coming up to the plate. But it's always interesting, that double steal. Sometimes it's delayed, sometimes you go right away. Going right away with Schumacher. Mason Rumfo came in at second. Schneider didn't hit Mason Rumfo. Threw it over to second to Theo, who was covering. And now there's 2 down here with a runner at third base. First pitch by Wolfgram in there for a strike at 0-1. Brandon with a walk with a run scored and a stolen base in the first. Then hit into an inning-ending 6-4-3 double play in the second. The 0-1 pitch, breaking ball, will be missing at the knee at 1 ball and 1 strike. If you're Thompson right now, that last run to come across makes it a 4-0 lead, but trying to get it to 5 here if Wolfgram can get one in the outfield. This one will miss. Now 2 balls and 1 strike, and we've seen enough room in the backstop here today, too, with a wild pitch or a pass ball that could allow a runner to come in from third base. 5th batter of the inning here in the bottom of the 4th for the Tommies. 2-1 will miss. Now 3-1 with Welke due up next. Welke due up next with a walk so far today, but Right now, Johnson has to contend with Wolfgram with the 3-1 pitch. This one is hit in the air to right. Davis is there, takes a couple of steps over to the right field line, and that'll retire the side. So a run does come in off a one hit. There were no errors and a runner left on base. 4 complete on our Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. Thompson with a 4-0 advantage.
Homegrown Local Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
At Thompson Public Schools, their mission is to develop lifelong learners and responsible citizens. You can visit their website, tps-k12.org, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Tommy Pride with student updates and events with Thompson Public Schools. Thompson Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Tommies. Learn more at tps-k12.org.
High school baseball today here in Thompson. Tommy's going to run across there in the bottom half of the 4th inning, and they have a 4-0 advantage as we go to the top of the 5th inning with 8, 9, and 1 batters here for the Cardinals coming up to the plate with Gemmel, Davis, and Welsh here against Drew Odenbach. Odenbach, 4 innings of work, 2 hits against him, a walk, and 7 strikeouts, and he's retired the last 6 straight, 4 straight via the strikeout here for Odenbach. And right now for the Cardinals, down to their final 9 outs of the game right now with how the score stands, unless they can get some runs across. The pitch to Gemmel. This one's foul back. Now will be 0-1. Musen left with Gibson in center. And then you have Jeremy Tyson right here for the Tommies. We'll get to the infield after this pitch to Gemmel, who's earned a walk his last time up and had the count full. This one now will be 0-2. Braden Tice at third base, Schumacher at short, Overby at second with Welke at first and Wolfgram behind the plate. The 0-2 from Odenbach. That'll be strike 3 looking, and 5 consecutive retired via the strikeout for Odenbach. The Cardinals had 7 strikeouts through 7 innings against Wolfgram and Gibson. And so far here, through 4 1/3, there's 8 strikeouts against Odenbach, and Odenbach snaps a breaking ball over to make it 0-1. So Odenbach looks into Wolfgram here, the 0-1 pitch. That'll miss for a ball at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. This one foul. That's going to be 1-2. 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning as Odenbach right now looks in against Davis. The pitch, that'll be strike 3, and now it's 6 consecutive strikeouts for Odenbach. Odenbach has struck out 9, 6 straight here, and he's retired 8 consecutive batters. The last man to get on base, the man coming to the plate here in Cole Welsh with a double back in the 3rd inning. It was a leadoff double, and he was stranded there. He hits one on the rope, this one to right, and off the glove of Jeremy Tice. Rounding first, on his way to second as Welch. Here comes the throw, not in time, and Welch will just stay put at second after it gets by the runner. And I think that one's going to have to be that's a tough one there. Again, it's a hit as an error. It goes off the glove. He was making his way towards left. And now it's going to be Welsh to get on board here as he's going to find its way. And the runner will be Mason Rumfo now at the plate with a single. He's 1 of 2 today. This one will be off for a ball. It'll make it now 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs to pitch. That'll be in there for a strike at 1-1. So after, again, 6 straight strikeouts, Cole Welch gets back on. Mason Rumfo with a 1-1 pitch. Hits one in the air, a soft one. Schumacher able to glove it to retire the side. So after 4.5 complete here from Thompson, it's 4-0 with the Tommies coming to the plate here on your liveevent.com.
I think it's fair to say you pay more now than ever before to operate your vehicles. We've got some relief. I'm Chris Moen with Nodak Insurance. Our auto customers are driving safer with fewer accidents, and for many that translates into lower premiums. If you're not seeing lower rates with your insurance company, call me to compare. You might save some money, and you will get better service. Call me today at 757-1613, or stop by one of my locations at 1913 South Washington in Grand Forks or 207 Main Street in Lakota.
As we go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Thompson, it's the Tommies 4. The Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich scoreless here. And the Cardinals, every inning, they've at least left one runner on base outside of the 4th. Well, for the Thompson Tommies, they've left a runner on in every inning so far here today. And Thompson will have the middle of the lineup, Welke, Gibson, and Muse, 4, 5, and 6 batters digging in here in the bottom of the 5th. Welke 0 for 1 with a walk back in the 3rd. Jack Johnson, so far 4 innings of work, 6 hits against him. This one will run in and hit batter as it able to hit the noggin here of Welke. So Welke will be hit by a pitch. And for the 5th consecutive inning, the Thompson Tommies get their leadoff runner aboard. And they'll just make sure Welke's all right. Looks to be good there. And now how will Coach Solis play this one with Brody Gibson, the senior center fielder, struck out his last 2 times looking back in the 1st and the 3rd inning. But again, 4 runs is still 1 swing away from tying the game. Where if you're Thompson right now, how do you play this one in the bottom of the 5th? You play a little small ball, or you like Brody, again, hit this one and let him try to get one in the outfield here. This one will miss inside. Now it'll be 1-0. The thing that Gibson's done, he's worked the count full his last time up, worked the count to a 2-ball, 2-strike is in the 1st. As Welke takes his lead off of first base, being held on there by Dawson High, and this one is fouled into the netting, and that'll make it 1-1. Both of these teams are going to have busy weeks this coming week, barring, again, what weather has in store for a couple of days to try to get these games in. As time is literally starting to run out a little bit on the regular season. Here's the 1-1. This one is popped up. Will it be playable for Schneider? He makes his way to the backstop, and he dives, and Schneider might have hit a little bit of the backstop there. It's not padded up the first base line. Like most catchers, you get rid of the catching helmet immediately. He did a great job of trying to slide after it, but that head might have hit a little bit of the backstop there, and Coach Kravachka immediately comes out to make sure that his catcher and the freshman Schneider is going to be all right, making sure he doesn't have anything bleeding or any scrapes across the way. Schneider gave a full-out effort on that one. About another foot, he probably doesn't even hit the backstop there, but where the ball came down and where Schneider was diving, he looks to be okay. As they'll make sure that everyone gives him the thumbs up. So now it'll be 1-ball, 2-strike. Schneider nearly was able to make the play. Instead, it's a 1-2 count here with the runner at first with Welke. As Johnson will get called for the balk here. As he was set, then disengaged and gets reset again. So that'll be a balk. So Welke will make his way to second base now. And Johnson looks back into Schneider here, and now there's a runner in scoring position for the Tommies. Gibson, we'll see this one miss up in the zone. That'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner at second again is Welke as he takes his lead. Johnson looks back the runner, the 2-2. This one is fouled. That'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes again. Scoreless across through the 12 innings today here for Langdon. Well, for the Thompson Tommies, 3 runs in the first, 4 runs, 1 run in the fourth here, and then a lot of damage after that second inning in game number 1 in their win earlier today, 9-0. Here's the 2-2. That'll miss in the dirt now, 3-2. Game number 1 for those of you that are just joining us. Wolfgram picked up the win with Brody Gibson pitching a no-hitter. Just 1 batter reached in their 9-0 win. Tommy's had 11 hits in game number 1. Here's the 3-2. This one going to be hit on the ground. The third baseman and Gemmel able to come there. Goes across, not in time, and waiting to run to see where the ball was going to be played, and Wilkie in front of him. If that one was just smothered, Wilkie wouldn't have been able to go to third, and you might have actually possibly got him in a pickle at second. But instead you throw across to try to get the out, and that'll allow the runner Wilkie to scamper down to third. So that ball call now becoming even more large with runners at the corners. So for Gibson, he'll get aboard with an infield single here. There'll be runners again at first and third with Jonathan Muse at the plate. Tommy's looking to break this game open here in the 5th, and I'm kind of felt like we've said that since the second inning when they had bases loaded. They didn't get anything. In the 3rd inning, they had a leadoff walk, got nothing. And then in the 4th inning, they got a leadoff double and did get 1 run across. Runners in a go. Schneider is going to drop this one, but the runner from third base will stay put in Wilkie. Gibson gets into second. It'll be 1 ball and 1 strike now to Jonathan Muse. Muse 0 for 1 today with a hit by pitch. Runners in scoring position here as Johnson looks in. This one is going to be hit on the ground. Theo Rumful, this one eats him up there. And for the Thompson Tommies, a run comes in to score. Welke comes in to score. And that's going to be an air charge to Theo Rumful. And now it's 5-0 Thompson. And Jonathan Muse will make his way to first base for the second time here this afternoon. And Isaac Beelan will step up 0 for 2 today for the junior designated hitter. But for the Thompson Tommies, they do at least plate 1 run across so far. Here in the 5th inning, there's still nobody out. Beelan takes the bat back. He'll take a ball. Now it's going to be 1-0. Tice due up next, and then Tice after him with Jeremy and Braden here. Bottom of the lineup for the Thompson Tommies. Runner at second is Gibson. Muse at first. The pitch. That'll be 2-0. So Thompson now has got that extra, if you want to call it an insurance run again, where 1 swing doesn't tie the game if bases are loaded. Now you're up 5-0 here, and you're adding on to it potentially with 0 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Johnson looks at and misses again. Now it's going to be 3-0. So at 3-0 right now, Nate Solis relays the signal down to Isaac here at the plate. With runners at first and second, the 3-0 pitch upcoming. 3-0. Taking the entire way. Now it's 3-1. Johnson looks into Schneider here with a 3-1, and that's going to be a 5-pitch walk. Bases full. Gibson to third, Muse to second, Beelan's at first. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and that's going to be Jeremy Tice. Tice with a single and a double with a run scored so far here today. And we'll see what he can do here. He gets one possibly into the gap. You're getting 2 runs and possibly 3 here for the Tommies. This one is going to be fouled back to the netting. Now 0-1. 5th batter in the lineup here for Thompson to come to the plate here in the 5th inning and with a 5-run lead. 0-1 pitch on the way here from Jax. Dawson Heim playing in front of the runner at first. This one fouled back to the netting again now at 0-2. Playing even with the bag at third is Gemmel. Looking for the double play is Theo and Mason Rumfo up the middle. And then again playing in front of the runner is Dawson Hine at first base. Got to get the runner at home if he can here for the Cardinals. The 0-2 pitch. This one is hit high in the air. Gemmel goes into foul territory for the out, and there's one down. So pop out to Gemmel, and Tice is retired. Now Braden Tice will come up to the plate. 0 for 1 today with a walk. Back in the fourth inning. And for Thompson, a chance again to add on to their lead with what they have, but how big of a crooked number can they put up here in the fifth inning, where if you're the Cardinals, you can kind of go back to what you did in the second. You're one good pitch away from Johnson here from possibly turning two and getting out of the pickle. And this one is going to be in there for a strike at 0-1. The 0-1 offering on the way from Johnson. Here to Tice. This one will run in. Snap throw by Schneider. This gets by high, and runner from third base will come in with Gibson. Everybody else will go up 90 feet trying to get the back runner out. Now it's 6-0 in favor of the Tommies. So Jonathan Muse will make his way towards third. Beelan will go to second. It'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. And on it as well, that's a tough one. The throwing error will allow the runner to come in from third base. Now it's going to be 6-0 in favor of Thompson. And looking for the squeeze play, and they execute it perfectly. And the Tommies are going to get another one across with some small ball. Coming in to score is Muse. Tice hits the perfect squeeze play as they were running right off the bat. It's now 7-0 Thompson. On the top of the lineup here with Thomas Schumacher comes into the plate. And for Thompson, 3 runs here in the fifth inning. And Schumacher works ahead in the count now at 1-0 with a pair of singles so far here today, and a run scored back in the first. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This one is be laced to right center field, and now it's an 8-0 game. Schumacher rounds first. Coming in to score is going to be Beeland, and Schumacher rounding second on his way to third, and he will be in there for a base knock. Schumacher makes his way all the way to third base on a nice in-to-out swing, and it's 8-0 here in favor of the Thompson Tommies. Gets the run driven in. That'll be his third hit on the game as well. And now Drew Overby will come up to the plate and be the 8th batter here for Thompson. And if Overby hits a home run, talking about the 10-run rule. This one will miss out of the zone, now 1-0. Overby with a single in the first with a run scored, single in the second, and grounded out his last time up here in the fourth inning. Schumacher with a scolding hit there to right center field, the 1-0. That'll miss, now 2-0. Johnson on the mound, looks in, 2-0 pitch. That'll be in there for a strike now at 2-1. 2-1 on the way with the runner at third base again in Schumacher, as Schumacher was able to get that base knock and cross to right center field. A 2-1 pitch. That'll miss, 3-1. He was rounding second the entire way for that base knock triple. So we've seen a single, double, suicide squeeze. Haven't seen the home run yet today here in Thompson, but we were close earlier today. See if that's part of our baseball bingo card. Here's the 3-1. This one will miss outside, and Overby climbs aboard. And so far, that's 3 walks here in the inning for Johnson. As Coach Kravachka comes out here for the Cardinals with runners at first and third with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth inning. See if Coach Kravachka makes a change at all on the pitching, or if he stays with the guys that he has right now, and it looks like there will be a pitching change here. We will take a quick break, let you know a little bit of the roster movement when we come back here on YourLiveEvent.com.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
The Optimist Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner, West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
It's the most prestigious, challenging rep warning tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, Case Late Models.
High school baseball here today on yourliveevent.com for Jack Johnson. 4 2/3 of an inning. Able to 8 hits against so far on the hook for 8 runs. He is on the hook for Schumacher at third and Overby at first. 5 strikeouts that all came in the first and the third innings here today. And then we finished with 7 walks. Hit batter as well overall, so 2 hit batters today here for Johnson. So 4 2/3 as Johnson will make his way to second base. Mason Rumfo will go from second to now being on the mound here for the Cardinals. So Mason Rumfo again on the mound. Well, Johnson makes his way to second, and now it's going to be Braden Wolfgram with a walk, hit into a double play and a flyout. 0 for 2 so far today with a run scored. Runners at first and third, Mason Rumfo. First pitch, swinging, that one's hit deep to left field. Caden Hine gets on his horse. It's going to get by him. We're coming in to score Schumacher. Overby rounds third. Here comes the relay. It's not going to be in time. And the Thompson Tommies' first pitch swinging was Wolfgram to make it 10-0 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And the Thompson Tommies, with that, will be a 10-run rule win as well. They bat around here, and they get 2 runs batted in, and they will put a crooked number, a 6 spot up here in the 5th inning. Now, final in through 5 in a contest that goes 1 hour and 25 minutes here today. The Thompson Tommies pick up the victory. Drew Odenbach, 5 innings, 3 hits against, while the Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich Cardinals with Jack Johnson will pick up the loss here today for 4 2/3. And Mason Rumfo comes on 1 pitch, 1 hit, and all the runs attributed to Johnson here today with 10. So the Thompson Tommies with the win, now improved to 14-0 on the season. We come back, we'll get to our post-game show after this here on yourliveevent.com.
Bridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley in Cavalier.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
Again, your final through 5 on our Chris Mona Insurance, Nodak Insurance Company scoreboard. The Thompson Tommies pick up the win 10-0, and in doing so improve to 14-0 on the season. They sweep the Cardinals here today in the Twin Bill. The Cardinals now drop of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich to 9-3 this season. It's now time to get to our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. Go to enbridge.com for career opportunities. And on the pitching by Drew Odenbach, at one point retired 6 consecutive via the strikeout. Drew Odenbach, 5 innings of work, 3 hits, 1 walk, and gave up 9 strikeouts on top of it as well. He is our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. As we go from there to our Arctic Enterprises feature precision play of the game in Hillsboro. Have a safe spring planting season. Thank you for your business. Go to planterdoc.com. That again is planterdoc.com for our Arctic Enterprises feature precision play of the contest. And it goes back to the pitching for the Thompson Tommies in these 2 games. They only gave up 3 hits in this one between 12 innings of baseball. And on top of that, a really good 5th inning to put the game officially away. They bat around 9 batters, able to get a double, a triple, a walk, hit by pitch, single, walk, and a suicide squeeze as well. The play of the game, though, was a really good executed suicide squeeze by Braden Tice there at that particular time, made it 7-0, and coming down to score here for the Thompson Tommies on top of it. Again, they win it 10-0 here over the Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich. That little suicide squeeze is our Arctic Enterprises feature precision play of the contest. Thompson with 10 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, 5 runners left on base. For the Cardinals, 0 runs, 3 hits they had in this one, 3 errors and 5 runners left on base in a game that went 1 hour and 25 minutes. For the Cardinals, Cole Welsh with a pair of doubles goes 2 for 3. Mason Rumfo goes 1 of 3 with a single and a stolen base. Theo Rumfo goes 0 for 2. Dawson Hagen 0 for 2. Kenan Hagen 0 for 2. Landon Schneider goes 0 for 2. The same with Johnson. Tyson Gemmel with a walk, and Sam Davis goes 0 for 2 here today. Schumacher able to get a couple of singles with a triple and a stolen base with a run scored. Drew Overby with a couple of singles with a walk. Braden Wolfgram with a walk, a stolen base, and a run scored, and a double as well in the 5th. William Welke able to get on base twice with a run scored. Gibson goes 1 of 3 today with a single and a run scored. Muse able to get a hit by pitch and then also got on base in the 5th. A walk by Beeland. Tice got a single, a double with a run scored, and Tice as well, and Braden that is, with that sacrifice bunt and a walk as well. Again, your final, Thompson with a 10-0 win. We'll hear from some of the Tommies when we come back after this.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
As we come back on our post-game show, join us here for the Thompson Tommies. He is Braden Wolfgram joining us here. And Braden, congratulations on the win. Let's recap the first game for you. Obviously, 5 innings of work, 5 strikeouts, a combined no-hitter. What did you see on the mound, particularly from your standpoint early, just to kind of get in the rhythm and get in the zone here against this Cardinal lineup?
Yeah, you know, coming in, we knew that they were going to have really good hitters, and just we had to keep them off balance with a lot of good off-speed. And we probably threw more off-speed today than usual, but sometimes you have to do that and just pounding zone, trusting your defense, making plays, and I thought we made a lot of plays in that first game.
Yeah, talk about Schumacher making some plays, at shortstop. What does that do for you both as a catcher when you're able to utilize him a little bit there in the second game, but also as a pitcher on the mound in game number 1?
Yeah, you just trust him there. I mean, obviously you don't care if the ball's hit to him. You don't really worry. I mean, he'll have an error here or there, but that's going to happen. I mean, in May, the field's not really the best conditions or anything like that, but just knowing that he's there and just having an anchor in the infield is very nice.
Braden, for you guys then in this second game, it just kind of felt like we were always saying here after 3 runs in the first, there was always chances to break the game open, but you did so then finally in the 5th inning. Just kind of take us through what you see from your team 1 through 9 to kind of get the suicide squeeze to get guys on base. What you see from your squad there offensively?
Yeah, I thought we got on base pretty well in that 4th inning. William got on, and we struggled after that, but then timely hits, stuff like that, I thought we executed very well, and then the bunt by Tice he's a pretty good bunter, so I guess we utilize him that way.
Able to play a little small ball. You get a good shot there to finish off the game, a couple RBIs. First pitch, were you waiting on one thing in particularly there when Rumfo came on the mound?
I mean, I just tried I didn't hit the ball real well that second game, but just thought, see a pitch and hit it. Don't wait for, 2 strikes or whatever and get behind. Just attack the ball right away and see what happens.
It's going to be a busy week, fingers crossed for you guys with Mother Nature, but able to get to 14-0 on this season. What do you liked about the best about this team so far with a couple weeks before you get to that Region 2 tournament?
I thought, we haven't played I thought today we played a really complete game, but besides that, we've been kind of either hitting well and not fielding so well, or fielding well and pitching well and not hitting so well. So I hope we can just keep doing a complete game like that and just go into the week finish strong. I mean, we got 5 games next week against good quality opponents, so should be a fun week.
Congratulations on the win and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Again, with us here for the Thompson Tommies, that is Brandon Wolfgram. Will continue on our post-game show after this.
Not everyone can get Secret Service level protection, but with Irie Insurance you can. You see, we've got your back, protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, and so much more. Ensuring you've got the protection you need and all your questions answered faster than you can say classified information. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
Are you dreaming of building or remodeling your dream home? This is Sonia from the Lighting Gallery, and we can help you from the time you start that dream to the time that your last fixture is hung in your room. We can come out to your house and do an in-home lighting design, picking out fixtures, working within your budget, working within your style, and putting together a full lighting package for you that makes your house feel like a home. If you're building, you're remodeling, visit us at the Lighting Gallery, located at 3622 South Washington Street in Grand Forks.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ. 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
As we go from the player to the coach, join us now, Nate Solis here for the Thompson Tommies, and I'll just say what Brandon Wolfgram talked about on the post-game, saying at the very end, they haven't felt like you've maybe played a complete game yet this season. Nate saying, you would have the pitching one day, but then maybe not the bats, or the bats one day, maybe not the fielding, but today 2 really nice quality games for you guys. What did you see against this Cardinal lineup today?
Yeah, and I think Wolfgram and Gibson combining for the no-hitter in that first one, and then Odenbach coming in and cruising. I think the pitchers just got into a groove, and it's pretty easy to play defense when guys are throwing strikes, and Langdon did a good job of putting the ball in play for the most part, and guys made a good job of making plays. I think it starts there. That's what we preach a lot with throwing strikes and defense, and then obviously our offense is clicking pretty well right now, and that certainly helps. We might cover up some mistakes sometimes, but it's fun to see the guys hit the ball hard and having some fun on offense.
Yeah, in that second game, Wolfgram able to get that pick play at second. Is that a call play from the dugout? Is that something that Wolfgram has the confidence in him if he makes those plays as a catcher? Just take us through that particular play.
Yeah, I'd like to say it was called. No, him and Thomas and Drew, when he's involved in the play too, they they understand each other. They understand the signs, and a heck of a deke by Thomas. He's just such a good baseball player, and you know, some people may not see it as much as others about, you know, the plays that he can make and the deking and just the picks and it's just really fun to watch from the dugout. We got a good view of it. So, no, those guys, it's on their own, and I don't have to bark too much unless something goes into center field. But luckily, Brody's pretty alert back there and can back it up if needed.
Yeah, and Thomas makes the hard plays look routine at the shortstop, which obviously helps a ton. But also, you're pitching with Odenbach, with Gibson, with Wolfgram today. 3 guys, you know, pounded the strike zone, got a lot of strikeouts, particularly Odenbach retiring 6 straight via the K. What'd you see from your 3 guys on the mound today here, Nate?
Yeah, just that, and the confidence to go and command the zone, and just the presence that they have out there, and you know, like I said, that's where it starts, and the body language, and knowing that you're going to be able to get guys out, whether it's strikeout or if they're going to put the ball in play. But we got a lot of faith in a lot of our pitchers. We only saw 3 of them today, but we feel like we can go 6 deep, and guys can go out there and at minimum throw strikes and, you know, hopefully get some swing and miss, but let our defense work a little bit too.
Final thing for you, Solis. Hopefully it's a busy week for you guys with Mother Nature and what the games that you still have left on the schedule before you get to that region tournament. So what do you kind of take from these 2 games against the Cardinals? Hope to moving forward, you know, for your next couple of games throughout the week.
Yeah, just I think the consistent play of getting outside and the good at bats 1 through 9. Hopefully, you know, trying to build off of each other that way, and I thought we did a good job of that. I think we had a couple slip-ups for the most part, but you know, that happens. It's baseball when you face some decent pitching. So you know, we just want to be out there and compete, and again, throw strikes, make the plays that we're supposed to, and put the ball hard and play and see what happens.
And Nate, as always, best of luck moving forward, and thanks for your time.
Appreciate it.
That again, Nate Solis, head coach of the Thompson Tommies, will put a bow on this one when we return.
At Thompson Public Schools, their mission is to develop lifelong learners and responsible citizens. You can visit their website, tps-k12.org, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Tommy Pride with student updates and events with Thompson Public Schools. Thompson Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Tommies. Learn more at tps-k12.org.
Again, the Thompson Tommies earned the sweep 10-0 through 5 and 9-0 in the first game against the Cardinals of Langdon Area-Edmore-Munich. Our next baseball games on your live event scheduled for Monday. Larimore against Hillsborough Central Valley at 3:30. We'll also have Kindred Richland against HCV in softball at 3 o'clock, and then the doubleheader in Kindred with Kindred Richland and Northern Cass. It'll be roughly at 5 o'clock on Monday on yourliveevent.com. On behalf of Joey Hughes, I'm Chase Miller. Thanks to Coach Kravachka and Nate Solis for joining us on the pregame show. For Coach Solis and Braden Wolfgram join us on the postgame show as well. Again, your final here in Thompson, 9-0 game number 1. Tommies take game number 5 via the run rule, 10-0. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and join us on Monday for some more high school baseball and softball here on yourliveevent.com.